So now we have Jagmeet Singh, who is unfortunately on Vancouver Island. I wish he would get the fuck off of here. Oh my god, I'm really sorry for subjecting everyone to this. I'm gonna leave this on, just fuck with the algorithm a bit. I don't actually want to show him. Also, I will get a strike from CPAC probably. Yeah, that's just how it rolls. I love YouTube.
Yeah, just make sure the audio is good.
No, it's not good. CPAC, you suck. You absolutely fucking suck.
Can you hear me, Jagmeet?
Oh,
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Good afternoon.
God, this is going to be fucking pathetic.
For a press conference with NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. We'll take questions at the end, and we're going to begin with questions in the room.
Oh my God.
If you have a question on Zoom, I would ask that you use the raise hand function, please. Bonjour, merci d'être ici avec nous pour une conférence de presse avec le chef du NDP, Jagmeet Singh. On va prendre des questions à la fin, en commençant avec des questions des gens en personne. Si vous avez une question sur Zoom, je vous demande d'utiliser la fonction lever la main. Alors, je vous passe la parole, Jagmeet.
Thanks so much, Alana. We're here in the riding of Esquimalt Sanish Souk, and
oh my God, that's even worse.
While times are really difficult, we just spoke with some families talking about the cost of living. We know that folks are feeling really squeezed with the cost of rent.
He did it.
The mortgage.
He's the one doing it.
What a fucking can't find housing.
Speaking of snakes,
that are having to commute for hours instead of living in the communities where they want to go to school because it's not possible. We know that families are making tough choices when they go to the grocery stores. We know that a lot of families are struggling. And in that time, New Democrats have used their power to make life easier for people. We have fought and we have delivered concrete results for Canadians and a lot more that needs to be done. But because of our efforts, we've been able to double the GST rebate here in the riding of Esquimalt Sanish Souk.
Whoa, yeah! I'm really feeling it. I feel so special. Oh yeah, way to go, Jag.
We were able to
way to go, Jag the Jack off.
Care for children under 12. In this riding, that meant hundreds of kids were able to get to see the dentist for the first time. And across the country, that meant hundreds of
they had
of
years for
this. Able to see the dentist. And we're going to keep on pushing to expand that to seniors, people living with disabilities, and children 18 and under. We've used our power in this parliament to give concrete results to Canadians at a time when people have felt that the Liberals have been letting them down. And the Conservatives have been focused
on let the whole fucking NDP down.
Anything to make life better for people in this difficult time. You Democrats, that's exactly what we do. We fight hard, and when there's more of us, we can deliver more for people. And that's why we're really excited to announce that this evening, our new candidate for Esquimalt Sanish Souk is Maya Tate. Maya has been someone who has worked really hard for the community of Souk. She was a
vote Conservative
mayor here in this community.
Please, just let's. I know. Oh God, it's so awful because
we're so excited to welcome her to our team.
Oh, go fuck off yourself.
Done a great job representing this community. We're so excited that Maya's going to continue that tradition. And for folks in this riding and for folks across the country, when we elect New Democrats, you elect someone that's going to fight for you, that's going to stand up for you. There's a lot more work that we need to do. We're calling out the corporate greed of corporate grocery stores that are rising or increasing their prices, making record profits while people.
Oh my God! Here's a guy who's like,
got to build more homes.
Who could remove Justin Trudeau right today?
Go back to Parliament.
All he has to do is do a vote of non-confidence. Get away from the little like circle jerk they have in the House of Commons right now.
I want folks to know that we're also going to continue to fight to protect our environment, invest in healthcare, and we know that better solutions are possible. And that's why we need New Democrats like Maya Tate.
No, you fucking tanked the party. Half of us who used to be loyal will never vote for this asshole again.
In French, and then I'll pass it to Maya.
Oh my God, what a fucking cunt.
On est tellement fiers aujourd'hui d'annoncer notre nouvelle candidate pour cette.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry for showing this, like, or not my snake ladies. I mean, Jag. He's such a bitch. He sold out the country. And also, anyone who voted for the Emergency Act deserves to be removed from Parliament immediately.
de mettre en œuvre un programme de soins dentaires
It
pour
won't
les enfants de
happen,
moins
but
de
a
12 ans.
girl can dream,
Une autre
right?
mesure qui est sauver l'argent, mais aussi aider les familles en donnant les moyens de soigner les dents pour les enfants. Donc, on va continuer d'utiliser notre pouvoir dans cette façon. Ce qui est clair, on a plus des néo-démocrates, on peut livrer plus d'aide aux gens. Ça, c'est pourquoi on est tellement fiers d'accueillir Mayati comme
really
notre nouvelle candidate.
I can see my friend later on tonight.
Cet après-midi,
Fingers
elle va
crossed.
être notre prochaine candidate. On est tellement fiers parce qu'elle
I did not expect this press conference to come up. I was going to put off my stream, but I just, my spidey sense was tingling. I just had a feeling, and
je veux présenter Mayati pour dire quelques mots. So it's a great honor and really, really happy to be able to offer Mayati an opportunity to say some words about her new nomination as candidate for this riding and what she'll be able to do.
Nobody cares. To represent the good people. Yeah. Okay. This is it. The reason he's here is because.
Thank you very much, Jagmeet, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to welcome you
the
from
NDP
the beautiful territories of the Saugeen Nations.
Victoria.
I'll share that serving in local government has been
BC
the privilege
is
of
like
my
this
life.
hotbed of
However, I also believe that
woke
leadership
NDP,
is one that should be shared, and it's timely for me to think about what life looks like after this
We haven't had a conservative government in 50 years.
Randall Garrison for lighting the path and for being an inspiration to me.
He literally lives across it, like his office is across the street from me. And
I believe people
I don't know what he does. I never see him in the House of Commons. I never see him in his office. I think he just bangs his boyfriend on his yacht. Like, wow, yay, you're so effective. I feel so proud. Like, quit sending me stupid calendars of you and your dog and your boyfriend. Like, nobody cares.
We have elders that are struggling to find the medicine that we need. And I'm ready to go to Ottawa to fight for people, to bring the necessary change to make life more tolerable.
No,
so
okay. More free drugs.
To feed their children healthy
safe
food,
supply. Oh yeah, it's working so great here. You guys are doing off. Like, I'm so proud of the BC NDP. You guys are hungry. Just like, and the federal NDP. Well, you know all those little seats you have. Oh, those puppies are gone. Those are gone.
And so I want to pass the torch on so that I can join
It doesn't matter what she says
to
today. I gotta shut this off. I'm going back to my blog.
Here to ensure that
oh God, I gotta like, why the fuck are you in Souk? I'm gonna pull this up for a minute.
Is not what our ancestors leave to us, is what we borrow from our children. And
you're borrowing so much money. We're in so much debt in Canada.
As well as the
you fucking assholes. Like,
so
really?
I thank you for your very generous support. And I'm very grateful to stand here. I'm humbled by this. It's very
I doubt
it.
I really doubt it.
Here, and I will do my best and work hard like I always have.
Oh, I bet. I mean, like the rest of the NDP, because you guys are like running a real good track record these days.
As candidate, as the mayor, she's already shown.
Oh, it just makes me feel sick because he's on the island. It's like, can't you just go back east and
with that, we're ready for any questions in the room, and then we'll take questions.
Yeah, just fuck off the island. Like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm just.
Thank you.
I shouldn't even be showing this. We'll find some like happier videos soon.
Cost of back to school, and schools are, of course, our provincial jurisdiction. But I'm wondering if you're ready to take some national leadership on guiding the provinces to make sure that all the school supply costs are provided by school districts, by provinces, instead of burdening families, especially at this time.
Oh God, I hate
we did hear from families.
He has
about the cost.
This man you were watching. Let's just pull him up. He has the singular power.
This is a tough time
in Canada.
Exciting time for kids where they're
he could
going back to school
during this press conference announce.
We're wondering.
I'm breaking up the coalition with the Liberal Party.
Be successful in school. one of
and
the programs that
I
we've been pushing
want to vote a
that we wanna see
non-confidence,
happen at the federal
all of a
level,
sudden
supporting provinces and
we would
territories
get rid of
is
Trudeau.
a
But
national
this
school
little
lunch
asshole
program to
is
provide
so worried
nutritious
about
meals
his
to kids.
pension, he
This is
will
something
not
we've
do
been
it.
pushing for.
And
It's
he's
something
on my
that's still on the
fucking
table.
island. Like,
We
get
hope we
the
can
fuck
achieve,
off.
that. It's something that would take
I'm
burdens
sorry,
off
I'm
families. They
mad.
wouldn't have to
I
worry
am mad
about
today
kids being
because
able
it's
to
like,
eat good food while they're in
why
school
is he
and want to worry
here?
about kids
Like,
that often go hungry or
he's
don't have nutritional
fucking,
food.
the
Their
NDP
families just simply
has
can't afford it. So that's
been
one specific measure that we're
tanking,
looking at that
absolutely
we
tanking the
have
BC
already
economy
introduced.
under
It's
all this
already
woke
out there, and we wanna
nonsense.
see it move
And
ahead.
it used to
We've
stand,
seen
the
Liberals
NDP used
talk
to
about
be
it, but
for
they've
the
never
party
fully delivered on it.
of the
It's something
public.
that you Democrats believe in, and we're going to fight hard. I know Maya's going to join us in that fight. So that's
You
one
didn't
specific
fight
thing that
hard.
we want to push for.
You fucking rolled
there are other
over and
areas
like
where families talk about
bent
their
over
costs
for
with
Trudeau.
groceries,
You're
and
such a
there's
little,
significant
he's such
role
a
that the
little
federal government
bitch.
can play in
I'm
bringing
sorry,
down the
it's
cost
like,
of groceries.
it's getting
We've
real
made a number of
when
announcements about what we
Canadians are
would do.
more
We would
interested
take
in
on the corporate
politics
greed
than
of these
hockey.
grocery stores that are making record profits,
And it almost, we
particularly the corporate
swear the
grocery stores.
same.
Bring in more competition, as the Competition Bureau has indicated as an important step to bring down the cost of food. We actually called for that investigation by the Competition Bureau. And they pointed out that these corporate grocery stores are making record profits.
But
and their
he
profit
has,
margins are up.
he
So there's a lot of
actually
things that we can do
could
with
stop
regards to
all
groceries.
this.
But an
He
interesting
could
idea
stop
about
all
school
this. He's
supplies,
not doing
not something that
anything.
we've considered yet, but something that we're open to look at any idea. We'll try to take a look at those ideas and see if there's ways that we can support.
God.
You have a follow-up?
Yes. Today, the Premier of
such a-
BC sent a letter to the Bank of Canada asking to please not increase the interest rates because it's really so hard on families now. And I'm just wondering if you have a message to the Bank of Canada before their potential rate hike next week.
Well, I frankly agree with what the Premier
Be
said.
afraid, be very
We've been saying this
afraid.
for a while now that the interest rate increases in the Bank of Canada are trying to address inflation that is not caused by interest rates or not affected by interest rates. The major driver of inflation right now.
I know math
grocery
is hard
prices,
for people, but
no domestic
I do
interest
have
rates that bring down the
some
price of
clips
groceries.
coming up
The other
because,
major
oh my God,
cost
this,
I
I
cost of living
cannot
that's going up with inflation is
believe
the cost
how
of housing.
bad
And by
this has
increasing
gone
interest rates,
in
it's
our
actually made
politics.
housing even more expensive.
Like the
Mortgage rates
memes
have gone
just
up,
write
rents have gone
themselves
up.
at
So
this
the Bank
point.
of
Like,
Canada's
I don't
approach
even need to
is
try.
not
Like,
working
artwork
to
is
deal
hard,
with the cost
but
of living crisis that Canadians are dealing with.
when you have
We've
an
been
idiot
saying
like
that, and we've been
this,
saying that the
like,
Liberal government has actually
it just,
really
what do you do?
sat back and done nothing to address these major problems. Housing is something the federal government can address by building
He
more homes that are
could
affordable.
Put
Grocery
a vote
prices
of
are something the federal government
non-confidence
can address.
right
with measures
today,
to take on the corporate
and
greed,
Trudeau.
put in place an
He
excess
will
profit
not
tax. So
because he
we
is
need to
worried
take a
about
better
his
approach
little
to deal with
Rolex
what Canadians are
watches
struggling
and his
are struggling with,
pension.
and the Bank of
And
Canada's
here's
approach
a good
is not
question.
working, and in fact, it's creating more.
Here's a
pain
good
for
question
people.
about this man.
Okay, we're gonna go to the soup.
He's obviously Indian.
Kevin Laird,
Why is he legally unallowed to be in India?
When you met with people in
Hmm.
today, are there
That's an interesting question. I really,
people in
like,
Sikkim
if you
looking
cannot,
at some of the
as a
rural,
Canadian politician,
urban types of
travel
markets,
to
issues? Because there's
basically
certainly a difference
your
on
motherland,
what are people in
why
Sikkim
are you in
telling
the
you,
House of Commons?
and are they
Like,
telling you anything
what is your
different
criminal
coming out of
record?
across
What
the
is
country?
being buried?
Well, everywhere we
He
go,
has
we're
a
hearing
very
some
shady
similar
past. He
things,
like,
and it hands out because many
it's
people are dealing with the
disgusting
same struggles.
how
Housing and
corrupt
groceries. Those are the two
the
things that
NDP
really
has
stand
become.
out everywhere.
And
I
I
go
used
in
to
the
support
country,
the
and it
party,
is quite unified.
you know,
as
family from
challenges that people are facing.
Saskatchewan, like,
And that,
you know,
that bears
all
out in
like,
the
it
experiences
used
of
to
people
stand
and some of the evidence that
for
we're seeing.
the working
That
class.
housing and groceries are the biggest.
And now you
concerns
have
for
this
cost of living.
little asshole
Soup,
on
of course,
here
as all
saying,
communities have unique challenges. There's a unique
oh no,
geography of
it's
being
all these
somewhat urban, somewhat
conglomerates.
rural,
Yeah,
having
it is
that blend,
them,
making
but it's
sometimes
also
transportation
people
bigger
like him
concerns, and
who
the
are
cost
helping
around
fund it,
transportation, I think, is
who are
uniquely challenging when you live
taxing
in a
us to
community
death.
that has both an urban and a
Canadians
rural
are getting
mix, and
taxed
so
to
that's something
death,
that's come up.
and
But the cost of living is the biggest concern
he's
I'm hearing,
causing it.
and I'm hearing it loud and clear from the people of Souk and from the riding.
He is
frankly, from the
lucky.
entire
Like,
island
oh my
since we've
God,
been
he
touring.
is lucky
People are
in
worried
Souk
about
they
that.
don't bring
I
out
want
the
folks to know I hear you,
torches
and
and
we can solve
pitchforks for
this.
this
We can take
asshole.
on the
Like,
corporate
fuck,
greed of
man.
corporate grocery stores to bring down the price of groceries. We can build more homes that people can actually afford. We need to unlock the power
But
of the federal government.
he has
The federal government has the
singularly
land,
the
the
power
and
in
the
Canada
resources
to
build
end
homes that are
Trudeau,
affordable,
and he will
and we
not
need to
do
get
it.
that. The Liberals have been a
So
failure on this
everything
for
he
the
is
past 8
saying
years.
right now
Before that,
on
the
my
Conservatives
island
were abysmal
is
failures on top of that.
disingenuous
They
and
lost
I just
800,000
can't wait
affordable
till
homes.
this asshole
Housing
leaves.
prices went up by 60% when they were in power. things have just gotten worse.
He
under the
could end
Liberals.
Trudeau.
New Democrats
He
are going
could
to
end
push for
Trudeau.
real solutions.
Do you have a follow-up?
I was just wondering if you had to pick between the two big issues, housing and affordability.
Yeah, like
what
this
would your-
is like ridiculous
what would you look at
what
first?
we're
Yeah, I think it's hard to separate
Oh,
the
but
two.
we
I mean,
have-
grocery, like these are the two fundamental necessities. If you think about it,
we have
people
legal
need a roof
crack.
over their head and need food on the table, and we often say them in the same
Oh, who
breath.
needs
We talk
food when
about
you
that
got
as
legal
as
drugs?
a family, we need to put food on the table for
I'm
our
gonna
kids,
bring some of that
keep a
up.
roof over their head, and those are really hard to separate. And I think that's really the two big challenges that we're up against right now as a nation: feeding people and making sure they've got shelter. And both those things
Oh
the
my
federal government
god, like
can do.
he
And so
has
far, the Liberals have done a bad job of
singularly
that.
the
The
power
Conservatives
in
before that did a
Canada
horrible job.
to end
And
Trudeau,
people need
and
real hope,
he's
and that's what we're trying to
standing
provide
here
with real concrete
saying
solutions
all these
and giving
little
people real help right now.
catchwords and trying to gaslight or pass the buck,
Sure.
and it's just like,
Just a reminder,
you know what,
please
get
use
the
raise
fuck
hand
out of
function
here.
if you have a
The
question.
ferry
We'll take one
is,
question
you
and
know,
one
head to
follow-up question.
Twasson,
On va prendre une question,
head to Sydney.
suivi.
You might want to
Our
go
first
fast.
question comes from Rachel Hughes with
Hopefully he
CTV.
has
Go
like a
ahead, please,
helicopter
Rachel.
or something, because I don't think he'd make it on the ferries.
Hi, Mr.
People are pissed
Sitting.
off with
It's,
him.
Maria
He sold out the
from
party.
CTV News.
He destroyed
My first
everything
question is
the
about the
NDP
public
used to
inquiry.
be. And I hope greed was worth it. I guess that's
Rachel, I
like
just lost you.
between
Like the
him and
next
Krishna in the end. Or,
Oh, no.
or
Can you
Ella,
hear
you
me?
know?
Now?
I can hear you now really clearly. I lost.
Or
I
Buddha, Jesus,
started questions about the
or
public inquiry, then I lost it. So come
Joshua,
back and
or,
just-
you
just
know,
restate it.
Mother God.
Okay, absolutely. Thanks for
Like,
letting me know.
All of
Are you
these
frustrated
people
that the
are going to
terms
pay in
of a
the
public
end.
inquiry hasn't been announced yet? And why hasn't anyone been appointed to lead it yet?
Oh, I don't know.
Absolutely frustrated. In fact, the
doesn't
federal
care.
government, the Liberal government, we
He
could have already
has
had a
the
public
power
inquiry
to
underway.
end the
if they
Liberal
were-
government.
He
He
said
could
from the
stand
beginning
here at this press
that
conference
this is
and
not
be
something
like,
that should be left
you
in the
know,
hands of
I have a change of
partisanship.
heart and I
Should
vote
not
for
be,
no
it's dealt
confidence.
with at a committee. This requires the
He would
seriousness,
win
the rigor
so
of a
many
public
people.
inquiry and the independence of a public
But now he's
inquiry.
going to be
We said that
like
from
a
the
little
beginning,
bitch like
months
this.
and months ago. And if the Liberals would have listened to us then, we would have already had an
Why
inquiry.
would
could have heard the
anyone listen to
recommendations
them
and
at
started
this point
putting
in
into
time?
place some of those actions that were called
He's a
for.
fucking
So
jerk
this
off.
delay
Like,
falls
really,
squarely to
that's
the
all he
government.
is. Like,
But we do
he
remain
is corrupt.
cautiously optimistic. There is
he's
progress
only out
being
for
made.
himself.
We could have been there already been in the inquiry by now. So that is very frustrating. But we remain
But
cautiously
he
optimistic that we
kept
can move forward on
Trudeau
the inquiry.
in. Like, he's just
Perfect.
doing
Thank you
this
so
double
much.
talk.
And my
Like,
next question
oh,
I
I
have a
don't know
follow-up
what's
is
going
that
on.
considering the
I don't know.
Liberals'
I
recent
don't
drops in the
understand
polls, do you
politics.
feel you
I
have
mean,
more leverage
I
now to
really
push
tried.
for
It's like,
more
no.
and
If he
push for
tried,
newer
we
policies
wouldn't have
beyond
had
what's
the
already
Emergency
in the
Act
Confidence and Supply
imposed on
Agreement?
us,
And what
which
would some
was
of those
martial law in
additional
Canada.
policies be?
Absolutely, we do. We've always wanted to use our power to get results for Canadians, to make Ottawa work for
No,
people.
he
And that's why
hasn't.
we were able to get
He
things like dental
hasn't.
care. We're going to continue to push on that. But
Like,
yes, we're going to push
he's
for
such
things
a
outside
fucking
of the agreement,
moron.
like we did with the
He is
GST
so
rebate.
corrupt, and this
And
is
the
so
number one thing we're going to
disgusting.
push for
I
cost
cannot
of
like
living, and
believe
that's
this
housing,
is
building
even
more
going on
housing
in
rapidly,
Canada
housing that's
sometimes.
affordable, housing that people can afford to rent or to buy. That's a major priority. And taking on the corporate greed of grocery stores that are continuing to gouge.
Yeah,
Those are the two things
no,
we're gonna continue to push for.
okay.
Our next question comes from Tom Perry with
I
the
cannot
CBC.
deal with any more of this. I'm sorry, I cannot.
I'm
I'm going to
assistant.
pull up my
I'll be
blog because
Yeah, I can hear you.
he
Okay,
is just
perfect. The Premier of BC in his
absolute-
letter says that there are orders to raising interest rates as a means of controlling inflation.
this
I'd like to
might be
ask
an
you,
idea.
how do you think you control inflation without raising interest rates?
Well, first of all, what the Bank of Canada is doing is not really working with inflation when it comes to food inflation. So the Bank of Canada's approach isn't working. And it makes sense that how would domestic
At least he
interest
took off
rates
his Rolex
impact
when he's
grocery
saying
prices?
this
It
today.
doesn't.
Like,
They
do
can't
not
control
come
grocery
to
prices,
fucking
and they haven't
Vancouver
been able to.
Island and
And in fact,
pretend
the other
like
area where
you
we're
care
experiencing
about the
inflation is
common
housing.
people.
And increasing
He
interest rates
doesn't.
has actually only
He
made
doesn't.
the housing
He had
costs
the
even
power
worse. It's harder for builders to
to,
build
he
more homes.
has the power
It's more expensive for people who've got
to
mortgages. They're
end all
struggling
this.
with the cost of
Oh,
mortgage. Many people are
I'm going to
fearful when
switch.
their mortgage comes
Awesome.
renewal, how high their rates are going to be.
Yeah, I'm
And
going to.
rents have gone up.
Yeah, you
So
just
the
shut up
approach
there.
of the Bank of Canada
We have someone cool on. play this one again. This one's good. Okay, we're gonna just start from the beginning again. Yes. And bring this up. Okay, play. Come on. There we go. Well, that was fun. So I'm gonna take a quick little break. Sorry, I need a minute after watching Jake. I love this dragon one I did. I think this is one of my favorite animations. I just want to build on it more. Let's just stop that one and present. Sorry. I'm in the mood today. Yeah, I'm just all wound up, and hopefully doing this, I can kind of get it out of my system a bit. And back to this one. There we go. I love this one. I think this is one of my best ones I've done. It just flows together so nicely. And I will be back in a minute. I want to kind of switch up my laundry. So I have like clips on Hawaii, clips on Canadian government, a few comedy clips. And if I get through this blog, I will probably finish off yesterday's, because I really didn't finish off yesterday's, I don't think. our grand dictator, has once again. I know you do. You have so many accounts too, Chroma. It's all the more love. Yeah, apparently our grand dictator didn't do such a good job. I know. I hate to pull up so much cringe all at once. You know, usually I like to start out the streams a little easier. But, you know, I think this one needs to be shared. Like and subscribe to them. All of the links are available on my blog if you want to see, like, because sometimes I don't get all the way through them. So, or, you know, I'll skip over some of the longer ones. And now we have our glorious dictator, Mr. Potato Head. Oh God, this is going to be cringe. I'm really sorry for sharing some of this. I actually start feeling guilty just because it is. But I think Canadians need to know, especially with all the media bans and shadow bans, and hey, we can't even get forest fire alerts on YouTube, or Facebook. So far on YouTube, we've been okay, and Twitter. Google not so much, and Facebook is, well, why would you even want to use that platform? I'm sorry, I hate it. But let's go through this one, because I think this is important information for Canadians, because this guy is just totally fucking our country over.
The one thing about the word hope is that not only is it a town in British Columbia, but it bands people together. And the thing that actually brings people together the most is fear and oppression, which seems to be what's happening here in Canada. Last night, I binge watched, I think, in 2 days on Disney. I know I should have canceled it. I should have listened to Christian Freeland. The Andor Star Wars series. Now, I'm a Star Wars nerd. I love Star Wars. I've seen Clone Wars. I've seen Rebels. To a new level of understanding the plot. But more specifically, Star Wars isn't just lightsabers and blasters and this and that. It's political. It's not a good guy we need to get a mode off. Vote him out. But himself out. But so for that is all down the street. Odds of winning the most seats, Conservatives are sitting at 98%. I don't know about you, but I'm not exactly feeling 22. This does not look like the Liberals can go from 2% to 51% anytime soon, not with the amount of controversies that they have. Look at this. Conservatives are on path, are projected a more likely outcome to win a majority government than they are a minority government. Liberals are nowhere to be found. This is right from 338polling.com. Anyone can go see this. You can get your daily updates for polls right there, or you can wait for your favorite YouTuber, Mr. Sunshine Baby, to have his daily post. Now, seat projections, you need 170 seats in Canada to win a majority. And right now, the Conservative government of Canada, the Conservative Party of Canada, sorry, that was a premature Conservative government. Oh boy, I can't wait to say that. Is projected to win 178, and it's rising 1 or 2 seats every single day. So once the House of Commons comes back in September 18th, make sure that you check back, you watch the videos, also on the Clips channel, the House of Canada channel, but also on this channel more specifically, because we're going to have daily breakdowns of polls and what's happening and all the debates. So lots of good stuff, everybody, and my hope is lifted. I feel good. I feel good about the trajectory that Canada is on. Things are not going in a positive way, and people are realizing that. So it's not just us YouTubers posting videos. It's not just you sharing Facebook. You don't have to feel like it's conspiracy theorists anymore. It's real. It's happening. The tides are shifting. So much so that even CTV, mainstream media, is saying this is how Poilievre benefits from Trudeau's polling slump. In the first 10 seconds, he mentions that the Conservatives are winning by a landslide.
More trouble for Justin Trudeau and his Liberal Party. He's seeing a huge dive in popularity among younger voters in that 18 to 29 year category. And remember, younger voters, typically a core part of the Liberal base. This is all according to some new polling numbers coming out from Nanos Research today. This was from the end of August, right now.
Keep in mind the age, right there, 18 to 29.
Of the Liberals by more than twice the numbers. The Conservatives at 39.
Now, the most important thing is that we're ahead of NDP, because NDP, Jagmeet Singh, he's been very greasy about.
Oh, he is so slimy. Slimy. We just watched him. Wasn't he a slimy character?
NDP,
wasn't he
they
awful,
just strategically position themselves to tailor to younger people, almost like in a bit of a grooming way. It's kind of weird.
It's cringe.
But Conservatives
just say
don't
it's
have that.
cringe. It
for
is
adults,
cringe.
they don't groom kids the way the NDP does. So good job on Conservatives for actually leapfrogging them. And I'm sure that social media and everyone sharing videos has a major factor in that. And as well as, Pierre Poilievre, it's hard not to know who this guy is. I mean, in this video right now, he even suggests that Trudeau has a calculator to, instead of letting the budget balance itself, allow the calculator to crunch the numbers for him. This is just total savagery.
As inflation continues to pressure the cost of just about everything, Canadians across the country are preparing for back to school season by turning to secondhand options as a way to save money. That's a quote from CBC. 27% of students say they will spend less on school supplies this year compared with previous years due to inflation, while 20% said they had plans to purchase or buy back to school items secondhand. That was from CBC. Globe and Mail reports a survey by the Retail Council of Canada found that about 74% of back to school shoppers plan to spend more than $50 more this year. Experts expect that more shoppers are going to look for savings because they have no other choice, reports the Globe and Mail. So this is life for our children after 8 years of Justin Trudeau. His decisions have had consequences. That money that he said was free, well, it's not free, it turns out. It all came with a cost. And so as Parliament gets its back to school moment coming, I have a little donation to make to the Prime Minister. It is a calculator.
Oh my God.
Calculate the cost he is imposing because of his inflationary deficits and carbon taxes. The more he spends, the more things cost. It is time that Justin Trudeau got a calculator and found out how to work it, because right now he's just not worth the cost.
Oh, mon Dieu, as they like to say. That is wild. I can't believe that Pierre Poilievre is just so consistent with his use of props and making a total mockery of Justin Trudeau and just completely humiliating him. I love it. I'm here for it, and that's why I like to stand behind Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative Party of Canada, the Conservative Government of Canada, because he just seems like a man worth following. And, well, you don't have to listen to me. You can watch this Tamil Fest here and look at all the people that I know. Not everybody in this photo op and at this festival is there to see Pierre Poilievre. They're having a festival, and Pierre shows up and is a part of it, and a lot of people are there to take photos and stuff with him. But he just seems like a likable guy by all ethnicities, all races, and everyone across the rainbow. So it's very good for Canada, for the trajectory, for getting back on track to having affordable homes, having affordable food, affordable gas, everything being affordable. Whereas Justin Trudeau, again, doesn't know how to balance a budget. And above and beyond that, he's a massive hypocrite. He uses private jets, private security, all of this costly things and carbon emission devices and vessels to go and travel around the world like he's about to do next week, where he happens to be going to Southeast Asia, where, if you're not aware, there's an upcoming G20 summit. So we're going to take a look at this video here, and they're going to explain a little bit more in depth as to what's going on.
Trudeau is heading to Southeast Asia next week. The PM will be at a series of summits and bilateral meetings aimed at deepening Canada's presence in the Indo-Pacific region. Trudeau's first stop will be Indonesia at a meeting of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. That's September the 5th. Then he'll hold a bilateral meeting in Singapore from September 7th to the 8th. And Trudeau will wrap up his trip in Asia by going to the G20 summit in New Delhi. That goes September 9th and 10th. Now, speaking of the Prime Minister, a new poll suggests the federal Liberal Party in popularity is really plunging among young voters. This new data out from Nanos Research shows Prime Minister Trudeau's party in third place with 18 to 29-year-olds. Liberals have 15.9% support compared to 39.2% for Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives, while Jagmeet Singh's New Democrats have 30.9%. That is a major drop for the Liberals, who had almost 27% support among that same age group at the beginning of the month.
The Liberals are getting squeezed on both sides, from the progressive left, where young people are swinging to the progressive left because they want action, and then to the Conservatives, for those young Canadians that are struggling to pay the bills and figure they've got nothing to lose by potentially having Pierre Poilievre as Prime Minister.
Now, we should also mention the polling comes as Trudeau is set to meet with the Youth Advisory Board this week to hear its concerns.
Right. So one way to kind of summarize what the Liberal government has done is they've kind of taken the Bud Light approach. What does that mean? So Bud Light did this massive marketing campaign that appealed to pretty much the niche transgender community. They had a paid influencer, Dylan Mulvaney, to be a spokesperson or the face of Bud Light in one of many marketing campaigns. Now, why would they target transgenders when transgender people are like less than 1% of Bud Light consumers? Well, that's the woke approach, going after the minorities to make them feel like a majority. Now, how is that applicable? How is that tactic applicable to the Liberal government and specifically Justin Trudeau? Well, the Ukraine thing, everything around the Ukraine, if you look at all of the radical woke students on campus, they want to support Ukraine. They're not really paying taxes. They don't have a real job. They're not homeowners. They don't have a family. They don't know what the hell, how life works. So they just think, oh my God, we got to save the trees. We got to save Ukrainians. We got to do this. We got to do that. They have no idea what that actually means. And it's costing taxpayers billions of dollars. As a homeowner, as a family man, as a taxpayer, I do not consent to my taxes going to Ukraine when they can go to the homeless people in my town or the potholes, and the list can go on, or I don't know, fighting fires. There's so many different things that the money can go towards in our own economy instead of going to Ukraine. But the Liberals have tried to appeal, in my opinion, to the radical woke minority, trying to make them feel like a majority, saying this is what we're doing, Canada stands behind this, trying to make a small group of people feel very large and feel very supported. Well, it's not working. A lot of people are realizing, hey man, I think we should not be doing that. And well, it goes above and beyond that, because Justin Trudeau is actually trying to get Ukraine, which is not a part of NATO, or which is not a part of G20, at the G20 summit. They're trying to expel Russia and bring in Ukraine, which is insane because let's read the list of countries. G20, for those who don't know, stands for Group of 20. It's comprised of 19 different countries. Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Republic of Korea, South, obviously, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Turkey, the UK, the US, and the European Union. So you see Russia in there, and there is no Ukraine. But this very recent CBC article shows that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will advocate for Russia to withdraw from Ukraine at G20 meetings. And they're also advocating for Ukraine to be a part of the G20. At the G20, Liberals say Trudeau will advocate for Russia to withdraw from Ukraine, yet many members of the G20 have opted against criticizing Moscow, working collaboratively to tackle global crises while holding Russia accountable is essential for maintaining the integrity and effectiveness of the G20, a Wednesday news release from Trudeau's office. The summit's host, India, has been reluctant to discuss the issue in other G20 events this year and declined requests from countries like Canada to have Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky attend the summit. Why are you bringing Zelensky everywhere like a puppet? He does not belong at the G20.
No, he
Ukraine is not
doesn't.
invited
It's like
at
getting
the G20.
Greta
They're
up
not
there.
part of the group of 20. So why is Trudeau doing that? Well, it's optics. He's trying to appease and farm more votes from Canada. There is no sense of him doing things that are detrimental abroad that would lose him local votes. Of course, Trudeau wants to continue power. Of course, the Liberals want to continue and remain in power and having a liberal government. So it doesn't make sense for him to sabotage that overseas or abroad anywhere. So in his mind, in the liberal mindset, they're trying to do these things to get headlines and to get support of Canadians.
I've filled in quite a bit more of the...
Do you support Ukraine coming into the G20?
So much better
Do you support Zelensky showing up at the G20?
But I want to fill in more
while
of
Russia
this, like
is literally
the dark
part of the
outline
G20?
around
Do
here,
you support
just to bring it out.
Canadian taxes going
Because
towards
you can see
billions
in
of
this
Canadian
area
taxes going towards
how,
Ukraine? We don't know where that
how
money is
much
going.
it
We don't know
costs.
how it's being distributed.
And
none of
all
us
of
have
this
consented to
in the
that. It
sense
just so happens that our finance
I can only
minister
do so much
is
with
Ukrainian
the
and has
pen,
ties to Ukraine.
but I got
Freeman,
my
Mr. Speaker. So all of this is not a conspiracy.
we are
it's
pulling up a
things that are
good one
happening
on
in a
Christina
way that
Freeland
the liberals have
because I am
delusioned
utterly
themselves to believe
disgusted by
it's
our
gonna get
deputy
more votes,
prime
and it's
minister.
not.
Actually,
It's
I'm gonna
working in a
pull that one up.
trend.
Now I'm
People are
thinking of,
fed up.
I love you,
And the
Mr.
thing
Sunshine
about
Baby,
young
but
voters who think, let's
no,
save
I need to
trees,
pull
let's
up
solve
this
world peace, let's
this
do all
evil
this, let's do all
woman
that.
because
They think
this
like
is
that while they're
this is
young and
like
naive,
what
and then
the
they get a
fuck?
real job. They have
I
a
am
family,
sorry,
they
like
get their
what
heart
she is
broken, and they're on
saying
path to getting
is
a family. You
entirely
think about home
dumb.
ownership, and all of a sudden they have to pay, property taxes.
It's
They have to pay
entirely
insurance.
dumb.
They got to pay their mortgage. A lot
I
of it is
cannot
around money,
believe
actually, because when you're paying,
this
when you're
woman
working
is
8,
saying this.
10-hour days,
There's
and you're
that
paying,
yeah.
50, 60, 70%
I'm going
of
to
your
jump
income
around
to
my blog, so
survive.
if you're following
Hold on a
along
second.
with my blog, it's
think I need
actually
more
not going
money,
to be in
But
order
I can't
today
get more money from my job.
because I
So how
really
do
want
save
to
more
pull
money?
up this clip
Oh,
now.
the government is screwing me in
I
taxes.
hope it's on
Well,
today's.
let's
I
look
think
at
it's
that.
on today's.
All of a sudden,
no, not
I
that
don't
one.
really care too much about saving the trees or doing this, doing that. I don't
Where
really
is
care
she?
too much about spending all that money on Ukraine. You know what? I don't think I consent to that. So there's only
that one's a good
certain
one. Yeah, I'll
amount
pull
of
that one
time
up
where
in a
people
minute.
are naive enough to believe that we can just solve all of the world problems with our money. The reality is we cannot. You want to solve the world problems with money? Go to BlackRock or Vanguard. Stop going after Canadian taxpayers' money. Justin Trudeau and the Liberals obviously have not
I'm
caught on to
gonna
that.
switch.
There's been a lot of time since the last election, and there's still more time between the next election, and people are fed up.
We are
with
fed up.
Everything involving.
I'm gonna let them play out
doesn't
just while I'm
It also
organizing
has to do with
things
affordability. But I don't know,
I am
maybe things
so
should be a little bit
excited
more affordable. If we can
about
spend all our
just
money
finishing the
elsewhere.
front. That way I can
President
go,
Trudeau said
and I
Asia
might
next week
even
for a
jump
whirlwind
onto
tour of
the
Indonesia,
back.
Singapore,
Like I
India.
said, I was
Chip
making
of
them
G20
into
Leaders Summit in
like
Delhi,
a
and a
tarot
focus
card
on
set,
economic
like an
ties in
oracle
booming
deck,
regions in the Southeast Asia
or
of Southeast Asia as Canada
also they
seeks
are going to
alternatives
be
to a rising
so
China.
solid when I'm done
In
with
Jakarta,
them.
Trudeau will attend a meeting of the
It's
Association
going
of
to take a
Southeast
while.
Asian Nations.
Like,
where
it's
a
like
group of
once
10
I finish the
countries
artwork,
will ratify
then
a
I
strategic
have to
partnership
do
agreement with Canada. The next stop
the
in Singapore
lacquer
will involve meetings with
and
the city's state head of government and business leaders to promote
thank
investment
you.
in Canada.
Thank you. I don't know if you're
Expo.
watching,
Trudeau will then
but
attend G20 Summit, where he plans to focus
Thank
on
you.
collaboration on climate
you
change,
don't know what
reforming
this means to me.
international
And I know it
finance
took you a lot
for poorer
to
states and
get
energy
them,
security.
but this is
Unfortunately, these are a lot of obligations
also some of the artwork. I'll just
Prime Minister has.
scroll
Even
over.
Poilievre, he still has to attend this. He still has to talk about different negotiations and trade deals with other
That's all
countries.
the artwork
That's
I
understandable.
have
It's
to
where do you
sort
draw the line? It doesn't seem like Trudeau has
That
ever
was
drawn
like-
the line. And it just
Oh God.
yeah, it's not looking good, folks. Trudeau disappointed
That's
Ukraine not
almost
invited
like-
to G20, vows to bring
How
Kiev's
old am
concerns
I?
to the table.
And
Good
some
on
of
you,
them are
Trudeau.
like
Bring it
really
Let's
interesting
see you
pieces.
lose more
I'm just gonna
popularity
drag
and more
one up.
votes here in Canada.
just to
Doesn't matter
show
what you
off.
say abroad. Doesn't matter what you say overseas. Doesn't matter what you say in front of other world leaders. The reality is, I'm using some liberal words here, Mr. Speaker. The reality
Yay.
is, you're losing. You have lost.
This
It's
one
already
was
set
so
in
hard
stone.
to do because
98%
it's so
certainty
big.
The Conservative Party of
And
Canada will win the next election. With
that's a
67%
massive print
certainty. They will win with a majority
do.
government. That's where we're going to end the video. Everybody,
Like,
thanks
some
so
of
much for
it,
watching.
I
especially if you're all the way to
really,
the end.
you know,
Don't
it's the
forget to
best
like and
ever
subscribe if you
watching.
haven't already, and drop a comment.
Here, there,
about
in the
anything, any of
future.
the topics that we covered.
You can see I
here
kind of
in this
like,
video. And will see
I
you on the
got
next one.
some of the
Thanks so much for
registration
making it
out.
to the end of the video. If you want to support the channel financially, you can do so by checking out the merch shop.
You know,
Link
it's
right
so
up
much
there.
harder
Or if you
printing
want to
on
do something
paper
for free, which is also
than
absolutely acceptable and
on
highly encouraged.
a
You can
t-shirt.
subscribe right there. If
Like
you want
and
to continue
subscribe
watching
to
videos
Mr.
like this, you can do so
Sunshine.
by clicking or tapping
And
right
we
there to watch the
found
next
the
upcoming
wicked
video. And if you want
witch
to
of
watch
the
a little bit of
West.
different content,
Or
but
East.
also Canadian stuff, you can do so by clicking
I guess
it right
she's
up
like
there.
both.
That's my second channel, House of
That
Canada, also
bad
known as the
pun
House of
for
Commons.
our
Highlight.
deputy
Thanks so
prime
much for watching.
minister.
I look
Oh
forward
my
to seeing you in the
God!
next video.
Normally, I love Canadian girls. Like, she is Canadian, even though she's like part Nazi. It's not a joke. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. When your family comes from, like, it's not a secret who her family is. She's a member of the World Economic Forum, and you can say whatever you want about it. I suggest you look at their site, make up your own mind. Like, is this an organization that you would want to support? I don't really feel comfortable supporting them, quite frankly. Like, when you look at their website, and it's like out of Austin Powers or something, like all these, like, it's or a Bond film or like something. It's like, people really can't be this evil, but yeah, see, this is what's happening in our world. And this next clip, oh yeah, she is so lovely. Our little princess. Slava Canada, bitch. Sorry, hopefully that's the right one. Oh, here she is. Isn't she like, and I feel bad for this woman. Like, I hate to say it. Like, you know, getting older, I'm not going to be ashamed to say it. You know, we all sort of, you know, it's hard, okay? You know, when you're a kid and you're 20 and you're like, I want to look fabulous. And and you do look fabulous when you're 20. I wish more kids would just accept how gorgeous they are. Because when you get to my age, okay, I think you're going on a timeout. Yeah. Yeah. No. And also, bye-bye. Have a nice life. No, we're going back to our wonderful deputy prime minister. Like, I mean, she used to be really hot. I understand, like, kids, husband, like, it all gets to ya. Also, but she's so corrupt. And it's so sad because I'm like an Alberta girl, and I think like there's a difference between Northern Alberta and Southern Alberta. Really, because like I grew up by Jordan Peterson. I was born in the same hometown as him, which is probably why I can't control my mouth and I'm getting shadow banned by social media. Good times. But she used to be so hot. And now it's like she's just like, oh, well, being evil. Like, and I looked up to her, like, hey, little hometown girl makes good. But then when you look into more of her family history, which I didn't even know until basically I really started getting involved in politics with the truckers rally, because that was really important. And I can't believe she's like, it just, I hate seeing people with potential. And Nick, you're pretty much gone. Yeah. That's probably Sterling. Like, I'm sorry, you're a dick. I don't want to give you attention. I'd rather give this bitch attention because I don't know which one's the bigger bitch, but it's kind of like on a scale, wouldn't you say? Yeah, it's someone I know who this troll is. Just don't even feed him because we got her, and I don't think a lot of Canadians realize what is going to go on with this one. I cannot. I'm sorry. Like, this one is so fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe this is happening here. But let's just roll with
I'm going to
this.
preface this intro video. You are going to gag. You are going to puke. You are going to be reciting that line from Billy Madison. I look at this person, Chrystia Freeland, the Minister of Finance, or I forget what she is in Canada. I'll have to double check in her profile.
She is the deputy prime minister, also the minister in charge of finance.
Physical reflex when
although
I see
it's sort of
and it's not because anybody's like
up in the air. That whole cabinet shuffle was like musical chairs.
Spiritually nauseating.
Oh yeah,
she could look like Cindy Crawford. And I'm sure she would elicit the same gut-turning, stomach-turning, nauseating response that if she looked like what she looks like now. And if she were the nicest person on earth, I'm sure she would be wonderful to look. With that said, enjoy the verbal diarrhea that you are about to do.
It's not just me. I can't believe
Why
this.
has your government issued travel advisory for LGBTQ?
Like, are you fucking kidding me?
United States.
In case you haven't heard, the Canadian government's got nothing more important to do than issue travel advisory to the LGBTQ plus community to the United States.
Have I ever been scared to go to the States? No.
And was this something you discussed?
Unless I'm like, thought Arlo was going to harvest my organs.
When everyone starts a sentence with "so," it's going to be bullshit. So much bullshit is what it's going to be.
So much bullshit.
Who has had,
I'm sorry, folks. You got to deal with this.
Foreign minister.
Here is our deputy prime minister, like basically Canada's vice president.
Did you consult with Biden before issuing?
Maybe we should stop these diversity hires. Just because a woman's in there, it doesn't mean she's smart.
I'm trying not to make fun of that woman. She had a brain fart. This woman is a brain fart. Chrystia Freeland. So did you consult with Biden? I know that the institution of travel advisories have a long history of being well respected in Canada, and I'm sure. Sorry, we're gonna have to get through this.
We have professionals in the government.
Professionals in the government
is to look carefully around the world and to monitor whether there are particular dangers to particular groups of Canadians. That's their job, and it's the right thing to do. When it comes to the United States specifically,
that's not a glitch. That's not a glitch. This is a woman whose brain does not work. How long was that? Hold on.
Right thing to
48, 49.
When it comes
50.
to the United States
One.
specifically,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I have personal experience of dealing with a diversity of U.S. administrations and of dealing with American leaders at all levels of government.
When I was a practicing attorney, when I would get verbal diarrhea responses like this from a witness that I would be asking the question to, I would stop and I'd say, stop right now. What question did I just ask you? Do you remember the question that I just asked you? And then they'll say, I don't remember the question you asked. I'm just.
Oh my God! No, this is.
What question did I just ask? And what in the name of sweet holy hell are you talking about right now? We're not done yet.
In all branches of government, and with Americans who represent diverse groups across the country, whether it is business or labor or civic organizations.
Diarrhea, just verbal diarrhea.
And that's because our government understands, as every Canadian government needs to understand.
I know. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
How to work with our U.S. neighbor. I think our government has shown that that's a priority for us, and that we work hard at it, and that we're able to manage that relationship regardless of the choices that the people.
What the hell is she talking about?
Even as we work hard.
I'm sorry, I can't help it.
That's the other speech.
Even as we work hard on that government to government relationship, every Canadian government very much including our government.
Every Canadian
at
government.
the center of everything.
I wish you could make up the stupidity. Like the memes write themselves. Like this is how dumb we are as a nation right now. Like Russia, China, walk right in. Don't worry about it.
That could only achieve the projectile velocity after a morning at Taco Bell. Holy crap! Yes, no, maple syrup, diarrhea. All right, now. We're done with Chrystia Freeland having destroyed yet another government institution. Whatever value was ever placed into travel advisory,
it's been absolutely destroyed.
Travel advisory
it's gone.
Now mean nothing.
No, it's pretty much gone.
Mean nothing. I got one that said I had to go into the liberal Democrat government.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Politicians take every word and deny it of meaning. They take every institution and desecrate it of value. And now they've taken yet another thing, travel advisory. Oh, so when they say don't go to Rwanda, don't go to Sudan, don't go to America. I don't have enough middle fingers to extend to the Canadian government right now.
I'm sorry, I've watched that one a few times and it just cracks me up. Okay, exit. Oh, she turned out cute. Oh, this one's good.
And maybe that's what attracted people to Trump, and maybe what attracts people to thank God I haven't, especially now, at least I've got a good excuse not to keep up with politics anymore because I've got a few other more important things on my plate. But I think that's what attracts people to that rough, raw, authentic type of speech. Like it's not clean cut and it's not professional, but it's, at least, like you said, even with Bernie, which who knows? I don't know anything about Bernie, but
he's not. Yes, according to this tweet, Oliver and Joe Rogan call out Biden, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton for their phony flip-flopping history on certain issues. Rogan went as far as that 1990s Biden sounded a lot like a Proud Boy today. And Tony also noted that people were attracted to Trump for his raw nature I know for sure with Hillary Clinton, but I think even with Obama, originally their stand was very much against gay marriage, and then I flip around.
Investing in America means investing in all of America. When I ran for president, I made a promise that I would leave no part of the country behind. So she did do it. She really did tweet it from her account. Is that real? Oh my God. Oh my God. She really did do it. Oh my God. That's so crazy. So of course, when you read his tweets, it sounds like her. Like she's got a very politician way of doing it. She's like an AM radio DJ,
Well, that's her
version,
job, right? Like
version of what a press secretary is, like a politician. Because AM, all right, here we are on the drive. I'm Mike, and I'm with The Rock, or whatever, fucking sidekick. And maybe that's what attracted people to Trump, and maybe what attracts people to thank God I haven't. Especially now, at least I've got a good excuse not to keep up with politics anymore because I've got a few other more important things on my plate. But I think that's what attracts people to that rough, raw, authentic type of speech. Like it's not clean cut and it's not professional, but it's at least, like you said, even with Bernie, which who knows? I don't know anything about Bernie, but
he's not polished.
But at least what he's saying is at least you feel like he actually believes it. Because you look at you can look at politicians over a 15-year span and they'll quote something from oh good God, I think any politician from the 90s is going to have a lot different opinions on emotional triggers that we talk about today.
Bro, politicians from the 90s from the Democratic Party sound like
totally
Nazis.
Different. Yeah,
they sound like Nazis. There was this
what does that tell you?
When Biden passed the crime bill in '94, there's this famous speech that he gives about locking people up so that his wife is safe and so that they're safe and that I'm safe. And it sounds like a right-wing, Proud Boy speech. It's fucking crazy. It sounds like a Patriot speech.
No,
what you worry about militia say.
I know very little about any of this, but my understanding is I know for sure with Hillary Clinton, but I think even with Obama, originally their stance was very much against gay marriage, and then it flipped around.
She didn't support gay marriage till 2013.
Yeah.
2013.
About all these little things that don't even exist. It's just somebody made them up and put them on the internet, and so I'm just letting them ride. I think it's great. I just think it's great. That at least the last couple of weeks I've been able to entertain everyone and get everyone's mind off all the other horrible stuff that's going on in the world right now. At least everybody can have a good laugh, So
well, I mean. It's a subject of discussion. So everybody is getting involved and then somehow or another it became cultural. And then there was Dwight from The Office.
Oh yeah.
When you take a look at this interview, these are actually real topics that I actually didn't believe I can see Joe Rogan and Oliver talking about. I understand his music actually center in bringing out some of these issues and exposing to the society. He recently went viral and he's still trending till date for his first song. He can tell you one thing. This clearly tells you one thing. The guy is focused. He knows what exactly he is doing. I thought initially when I saw the first song, I said, let me observe to see if he would drop something that is better much than the first one, but he dropped the second one and it was more amazing. He has a certain message in everything that he's passing out, which is amazing to me. I have seen the controversies where people say, oh, he's now behaving like a Democrat, he's now behaving like a Republican, but that should not even be our focus. If you are calling out elites and exposing some of these issues, then you are doing the right thing. I don't care the party you belong. Even Democrats, if they were actually standing up for the truth, they could be able to call out some of these issues, but because they are so, let me not even mention it on this video.
All these little things that don't even exist. It's just somebody made them up and put them on the internet, and so I'm just letting them ride. I think it's great. I just think it's great. That at least the last couple of weeks I've been able to entertain everyone and get everyone's mind off all the other horrible stuff that's going on in the world right now. At least everybody can have a good laugh, So
well, I mean. It's a subject of discussion. So everybody is getting involved and then somehow or another it became cultural. And then there was Dwight from The Office.
Oh yeah.
He fucking chimed in.
Oh, this one's
he was
hilarious.
Going to write a cultural anthem. What did he say? Something like he wouldn't write about overweight people on welfare.
I saw a viral video where
this one's hilarious. This one is actually pretty funny.
on the Joe Rogan Comedy Club where he performed. the kind of messages, passed out in that location was amazing. Notwithstanding, I have seen criticisms of him, different articles, support on social media. According to this article I saw published by CNN, Oliver says he hates seeing his son rich men, not of Richmond, weaponized.
I have a special treat for you. This doesn't always happen, but this does happen when you come to really cool places. And we're so lucky that we get to see it here live tonight. The very amazingly talented Oliver Anthony, everybody, let him hear it.
I hope you shouldn't work. It's going to be worth it, though.
This is my first time at a comedy show, so.
If this song was based on love, like a love song, it will be loved by all. But when it concerns a
I know it
political
doesn't
message,
I'm
you
doing
will have
anything, but I'll show
haters,
you in a minute.
people that will not actually agree with you.
Dwight from The Office.
Oh yeah.
He fucking chimed in that if he was going to write a cultural anthem, what did he say? Something like he wouldn't write about overweight people on welfare. He would write about billionaires and their taxes.
Yeah.
There's nothing funnier than millionaires talking shit about billionaires. There's nothing funnier about millionaires pretending these billionaires are out of touch.
Oh
yeah. And then, take Dwight from The Office down to West Virginia. Take him through those coal mining countries. Take him through those places in Appalachia.
Amen. So I'm going to pull yeah, I scrolled really down with my blog, so give me a second. I'm going to figure this out, where I was. Sorry, I'm just so distracted with drawing lately. That was a good one. That was a good one. Okay. Where is it? Yeah, this one's a good one. Pull that one up.
Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, it's hard for Canadians not to be disappointed when every day there is a news story about a Liberal breaking the law. Well, Canadians are struggling to feed their families and keep the heat on at home. Liberals are lining the pockets of their friends, like the Trade Minister did, like the Housing Minister did, like the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister did, and like the Prime Minister did. Tens of thousands of dollars to their well-connected friends. So will this Liberal Prime Minister take responsibility for the law-breaking in his Liberal government benches? Or will he get out of the way so we can fix what they've broken?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The party opposite, the Conservatives, had on a number of occasions now said, get out of the way so that they can step in. I think they're missing our democratic process. They have to face an election, and they face.
We could have an election today if Jag wasn't such a slag.
Mr. Speaker, on why their policies were rejected. When they undercut all over the world our efforts to deal with climate change, and they were seen as an agent to destroy action on climate change in the world, where they refused to take action.
We are the carbon they want to get
Canada's
rid of.
Employment situation, or on child care, or now they're refusing to vote on dental care. Mr. Speaker, they're good on rhetoric, not on action.
The dental care is a big scam in Canada right now.
About action, 1.5 million Canadians using food banks in a single month. Mortgages going up to more than $3,000 per month, rent doubling to more than $2,000 per month, 20% of Canadians skipping meals every day because they can't afford them. No government has ever spent so much to achieve so little, unless you're a well-connected Liberal insider, and then it's tens of thousands of dollars from these Liberal lawbreakers. Is today the day this Liberal Prime Minister will finally take responsibility for the lawbreaking in his government?
Wow, eh? Some of this is actually turning out really good. It takes so long with a little pen. I like the big Sharpies for big pieces because the little stuff just drives me crazy sometimes. And some of this turns out like really well, even though it's not. Oh, here's another one from
Tonight, boiling tensions at a news conference as Maui's mayor and the state's incident commander answered questions on their whereabouts.
Yes, there is tension going on in Maui. I don't know if you have seen this. Yes, if you ask me how many people actually died in Maui, I will not be able to respond. According to this article recently published by USA Today, many people died in Maui fires. Official near end of search for wildfire victims. The end of this search is near.
It's been 3 weeks since the wildfire disaster on Maui, and tonight, boiling tensions at a news conference as Maui's mayor and the state's incident commander answered questions on their whereabouts and what they knew the night Lahaina went up in flames. Mahea Lani Richardson joins us now with the latest. Mahea.
Well, Ash, for weeks, H&N Investigates has been asking questions on who was in charge of Maui's Emergency Command Center the night of the deadly fire, and why county leaders were apparently unaware of the inferno when Maui first responders were on the front lines. Mayor Bisson has deflected questions on his communication with the state's incident commander, Major General Ken Hara. Here's the tense exchange that just happened on the apparent communication breakdown.
I can't speak to what or whose responsibility it was to communicate directly.
You're the boss of this island, so yes, you can speak to it.
I'm saying I can't say who was responsible for communicating with General Howard.
So you were not in communications with anybody at this point of the state?
No, I was in communication with the state. We were on a meeting earlier that morning on a Zoom call.
Earlier that morning, but you were not in communication with the emergency response, the state, as that fire barreled down and in the many hours afterwards?
Well, first of all, when you say that fire, which one are you talking about? We had three going on at the same time.
There were two in Lahaina, the first one, and that grew into the second one. But I'm specifically talking about that time period where hospitals were packed, social media showed the fire, showed people running for their lives, and yet.
Well, I wasn't on social media, so I can't speak. First of all, I'm not going to speak to social media. I wasn't on social media. We didn't have time for that. But I'm referring to the fire that was going on.
Well, maybe
that's
Lahaina, which is why we're all here.
Well, I'm going to answer your question. I don't know who spoke to General Howard.
Meanwhile, more tense exchanges with a CBS reporter. Major General Hara had told H&N Investigates he had been in contact with county leaders throughout the day, but that he was not informed of the widespread deaths until the next day.
Well, I said I didn't know about the deaths the following morning. I didn't say the county was not in communication with me. We're looking at whatever response the state could do, but because of the winds, we couldn't start our helicopters and we couldn't launch them in commitment. We're ready. We're ready to go. So the narrative you're pushing is not totally accurate.
Don't you think it's a narrative? Don't you think it was important for your agency to know about the deaths 12 hours later?
I don't think I could have done anything about that.
You don't think there was any way that people could have been mobilized to maybe help prevent? We don't know how many other people maybe died waiting for a response. You don't think there's anything your agency?
I personally don't think
I'm
so.
sorry, this is really hard to listen to,
the fire
but
spread.
I think it's
I talked about this previously.
important to
60
show
to 85 miles per hour.
solidarity
You think about that.
because this is
That's a mile a minute.
something fucked up is going on with that one.
And even the fire department that was there on the ground.
I've never seen a fire behave like that.
Almost perished. They didn't know how deadly it was and how quickly it's going to spread. Let me finish, brother.
I'm just saying the timeline. We've been looking at the timeline.
What I'm trying to say is that fire was so rapid. And by the time everyone had situational awareness, it was too late.
They could have done more. They really could
Now,
have.
Mayor Bisson would not say what he was doing or where he was the night the fire destroyed Lahaina and left at least 115 dead, while Major General Hara has said the county is the lead on the disaster response. Now, we'll have more on the apparent communication breakdown on Hawaii News Now at 5. I'm
good to see you, Rex. No worries.
Thank you.
I'm just sort of going through some of these clips. And also just trying to finish off the front of the cards, even though I'm going to cut it up. I know a lot of people are like, he spent all that time. Like, I will save photos of it, but it is going to become part of a larger piece, and some of this may not survive.
The count of confirmed deaths has stood at 150 for several days, making it the deadliest wildfire in the U.S. in more than a century.
It's hard because it's like the plastic paper, but I'm glad I did that route. Just because I wanted to use up some supplies, and
there won't be more fatalities. Governor Joyce Green said, people are missing. They have searched everywhere. They still can't tell us about the missing children. Going down on the article, the next phase of the response, Maui County officials said Tuesday will be to remove hazardous material from the burnt areas so residents can safely return. You get it clearly. They have not mentioned how many people actually died.
Yeah,
and
they haven't.
Search has ended without figuring out to tell us how many people actually died. We are calling the phase after the hazardous material removal phase, the return to Lahaina phase. We really want to stress, we want to get people back home. Said recently appointed interim emergency management agency administrator, the Maui Mayor Richard Bisson said Tuesday that officials were able to accelerate their search of the burnt area down to more than 400 search personnel and more than 40 dogs. The urban search crew have completed 100% of their search area. Maui Police Chief John said but teams were still searching areas on the oceans where the people flee as the fire whipped, searching a 4-mile stretch of the coastline 200 yards out. No human remains have been found by the search crew since they have been there. Palestia said, unknown how many people are still missing. Officials said a new police list of uncounted people will be released Friday, but it's unclear how many people still haven't been reached by loved ones 3 weeks later. Last week, the county released an FBI federal list of 388 people missing, but said a day later that more than 100 had contacted.
I'm glad you stopped by. I'm glad everyone's stopping by. I mean, like and subscribe.
Missing person report have been with Maui police
I will pull up a live stream or a panel.
Open case.
I'm just. I do have more clips like this, so I kind of want to pull some of those out. I know it's not all going to be Canadian police.
We just heard from the FEMA director today. She is worried about running out of funding, understandably. She called on Congress to approve the request for another $12 billion.
So the administrator came into the briefing room. She laid that out for the reporters in the room, for Americans who are watching, and she said she'll have more to say. Look, as in regards to the supplemental funding that the president has asked for, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. The president put forward.
That was a good clip. Let's see what I'm kind of going like up and down and backwards and forwards today. Yeah, that one. Oh, this one's crazy. Oh my God. I'm gonna pull this one up.
What's going on, Mother Truckers? So welcome to Mother Trucker News. Email us at mothertruckernews@gmail.com.
This one's nuts.
Wanted to start this video by just showing all the truck drivers out there something. You know, if there is a kid out there that needs help, I'm learning that this right here is a sign that they need some help. So if you see this at a truck stop or at a rest area, please call the authorities right away. You know, Mother Truckers, I've had so many drivers send me links to this, and I thought the situation was so crazy, but what this truck driver did was so amazing. And so the TCA announced the Highway Angel for discovering that there were caged kids in a pickup truck. Let's get into this story right here. So, you know, this driver named Michael won this award recently, and he definitely 100% deserves it. You know, it says here, it's an incredible story. On June 18th, 2023, around 1 a.m. in a border state, Michael was at a dark rest stop just off the I-10. A white pickup truck with a tarp and cage pulled up in front of him, and a woman got out of the truck and went around back of it. She raises the tarp, and there's a padlock on this cage. Michael said, quote unquote, she takes the padlock off and opens it out, and comes 3 or 4 little girls. They didn't pull all the kids out. They put the lock back on, and they forced these kids to go use the restroom. Michael said the little girls he saw were no older than 3 or 4 years old. When the 2 adults and little girls came back out of the bathroom, the driver of the pickup forced the kids back into the cage, locked it, and covered the cage in tarp. Michael called the police and was able to walk around in the dark and read the truck license plate. Somehow, the 2 adults in the pickup truck must have noticed him, because they went out and quickly drove off. Michael actually started following them. Quote unquote, they got about 2 or 3 miles ahead of me, but I was on the phone with dispatcher. He said, next thing you know, the police pulled them over. Cops came out from everywhere. You know, Michael also pulled over and waited till the police were ready to speak with him to get a statement. You know, at that time, you know, they saw hammocks in there. They saw more than 3 or 4 kids. There was a whole bunch of kids. And he saved their lives, man. And 2 or 3 of these kids were actually on a missing report. So,
wow.
Couldn't even imagine these parents. You know,
oh my God, that is that like a highway angel.
And Michael, you were able to be a savior. And because of that, he won the TCA Highway Angel Award. And I just think that's so amazing. Mother Truckers, hand clap for this driver here.
Yay.
What an incredible story.
That's,
you know, appreciate you for risking your life.
Story.
But it's just so crazy. You know, Mother Truckers, comment down below. But what a crazy situation. And the craziest part about it is one of the police told Michael that stuff like this in the border states happens all the time. But let's just focus on the positivity that, you know, he was able to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And all these kids are safe and okay. You know, we appreciate it. We love you, Michael. Thanks for being a great representation of what a truck driver should be. So, you know, for all the truck drivers out there, we're always on the road. Truck stops at rest areas everywhere. You know, you see this sign right here? Yep. Call the authorities. Mother Truckers, comment down below. Appreciate you, Michael.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not in the States. I am not familiar with that, so it's a big channel. What else am I missing? Oh yeah, okay, let's just scroll back. Oh God, yeah, this is disturbing. This is real disturbing. Like, why? I just don't understand.
Welcome to your women's.
I mean, I filmed myself in the bathroom, but
beautiful, freedom-loving friend, where
I
we
had
like
a
to
friend
call out the
who
lies,
maybe
hypocrisy,
wanted
and corruption
a
of
sexy
tyrants,
photo,
generally
not
aware
awareness on woke absurdities and highlight the amazing work of other freedom fighters.
I've
Freedom
never
fighter lives
gone
on TikTok,
into the
doesn't
men's
begin.
room and
One of the best
taken a
accounts to follow. I love
picture
it.
of myself in
Post
front of a
disturbing
urinal.
things. Not necessarily pleasant to watch, but I think it's important
So
so we
weird.
can have awareness of what's going on, awareness of violations that are not only happening in society, but for some, they're celebrating those violations. Now, I like to think the women's restroom is a bit of an uninclusive space for anyone but women, specifically women who need to use the restroom. And of course, those spaces are being literally assaulted. Even world-renowned astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's come out of that nut job talking about like, of course women shouldn't have their own restrooms. You know, gender is a spectrum because of science, and we just everybody is everything all at one time. Thank you, Neil deGrasse Tyson. You are a degenerate, useful idiot, in my opinion, who knows a lot about the stars. This latest Libs of TikTok post, and we'll take a look at the video here in just a second. There's a creepy trend of males filming themselves inside women's bathrooms to show off and affirm their trans identities.
I'll open up the panel.
It's almost like
someone
a
can
fetish.
explain to me why this
If we didn't know any better,
is good.
then we do. But if we pretended that we don't know any better,
Please
then we
educate
think
me and
it is a fetish.
manscape it
Now,
or
also,
groundscape
filming
it.
yourself in any public restroom,
Because
it's
I don't
not
get
normal and potentially
I find
violating
this
for
gross.
anyone else who's in the restroom, let alone if you're the opposite sex of who the restroom is designated for. Let's take a look at these proud folks of male origins who are filming themselves inside of women's restrooms. By the way, like, could you imagine how embarrassed you would feel if, like, you're setting up your selfie cam in a public restroom, then you're like walking inside the stall door, closing it, and like someone's watching you? That I wish someone would film them being watched to just like see how you actually feel when you're in the presence of
do it
physical
in front of me,
humans
it'll
doing
come.
this. Okay, it's a very strong statement. A very well person, I'm sure. Looks a little bit satanic, but just obviously so self-aware and stable with who they are that they also know they're a woman and know it's best to film his or her thyself in a women's restroom. Yeah. Powerful stuff. If there was any doubt, like, woman, because he just did that.
Yeah.
So we're going to go about it. We're recording. When someone says that I shouldn't use the women's bathroom because I'm trans, laughing emoji.
Are you going to arrest me?
Kind of does look like a woman.
Give me a ticket? This woman simply said she didn't care.
Unclear to me if that's a woman or a man pretending to be a woman. But nonetheless, I'll tell you this. I don't have a daughter.
A real
if
woman
I did, or
wouldn't
if I ever
need
do,
to show
there's
off.
no way
She's
I would
in
be
the women's
remotely
washroom.
okay with men using the same public restroom as my daughter. Now, even if we live in a world where we say, hey, 99% of the trans community is just like, whatever, they're not in there to do creepy, perverted peeping of other people, and that's making a big presumption. But here's a major issue. If men who say they're women can just use women's restrooms, then guess what? Perverts will just say that they're a man who says they're a woman, so they can go in there and do perverted things. Look in there at your daughter or my daughter, if I ever had one. If nothing else, that would be a deal breaker, because perverted people would be taking advantage of this in order to basically have a get out of jail free card. Get in there, do your peeping show at innocent young girls or older gals, depending on what their fetish is. And then there is the other issue of men who genuinely believe that they are women being in there at the same time. That might not sit that well with other fathers either. Share this not because I'm necessarily celebrating it, or I don't even think it's entertaining, but I'm sharing it because I think with these kind of things going on in society, being celebrated by some, being ushered in by others, having policies and laws changed in some places where this can happen, I think it's important that we stay acutely aware of what's going on, because a lot of times good-minded, good-hearted, freedom-loving people, they'll hear something like this and be like, well, I don't believe it. because it sounds so absurd. It's that far out of the moral grounds that is sensible. You would say, well, I don't believe that's actually happening. That's why I think videos like this are very important. It raises awareness of what's actually going on. And if we don't have an awareness of what's actually going on, we won't be able to do anything about it. We won't be able to more passionately stand for what's right and guard against what's wrong. I need to use the restroom, and I will go use the male restroom. Actually, in my household, we have, all-inclusive restrooms, but
yeah.
So please forgive me for that. And I appreciate you watching this, my beautiful freedom-loving friend. I wish you a beautiful afternoon using whichever restroom is appropriate for you and no others. So with that said, I'll look forward to seeing you on our next video. But until then, take a look at this. I'll tell you this, my friend. Health equals freedom. And I consider our immune systems to be the most foundational part of our health. So much so that I consider our immune systems to be the declaration of independence for our health. So if you want great health, you have to have a strong immune system. The only question is,
because I've started filling in.
I'll tell you about a game-changing formula that I'm using to strengthen and rebuild my immune system. It's Fierce Immunity by Rebel Lion. The Fierce Immunity formulation is what sets it apart from any other immune product on the market. Our formulators have used cutting-edge technology to test different ingredients across all the systems of the body. This gave them over 1 trillion data points of information, which helped them conclude the exact right ingredients to go into Fierce Immunity. And what sets Fierce Immunity apart from anything else isn't just the ingredients in the formula, but it's also found in how the ingredients synergistically work together. And that gives your immune system more support than anything else will. If you want the best immune product on the market, then just go to getfiercenow.com/JP. And while you're there, be sure to use a discount code AWAKEN for 15% off.
And also he develops these products and you look at the guy, he's fucking ripped. Like, wow. Okay, I got it. Stop talking about sexy men. There we go. Okay, got it. What's the next one? I'm kind of scrolling up. I'm doing this totally backwards today. I do have a few tarot readings. What did I already play? Yeah, that was weird. That one's a long one, but this one is... I'm just going to play a little bit. I'll try not to get too lost in it. It's a really good... The
national security dimensions of the semiconductor issue are absolutely huge. We're all aware of the important role that these devices play in high-end weapon systems and capabilities. If we want to continue to be able to preserve peace and encourage deterrence around the world, we've got to ensure that we have unfettered access to these capabilities. So from a national security perspective, there's a huge number of dimensions. We won't talk about the tactics of this, but we need to think about what are the implications of a blockade or a quarantine or a cordon sanitaire around Taiwan by the People's Liberation Army Navy from mainland China. What would that represent for all of us? And you need to think about the worst case and then work things back from there in terms of hedge strategies. And I think that's the optics that are certainly on the mind of many as we try and craft a regional and global partnership of like-minded nations that are committed not just to sharing the technology and creating resilience in the semiconductor field, but are also committed to the longevity of a nascent democracy of now just over 25 years duration. The other piece that I think we need to think of is a similar relationship with our international partners. Each of them are reliant on these semiconductors for the systems that they're designing. And so how do we collaborate in this effort and better combine our efforts? That's a big part of new partnerships that are being crafted around the globe. The AUKUS, the Australian, UK, United States relationship, a big piece of that, the so-called Pillar 2, is technological sharing, cooperation and research and development and the like. And so there's ability to broaden that and make, therefore, more robust and more resilient the architecture that supports our collective security going forward. The communication that we have with Taiwan, as this report is published, and as we craft policies that are going to affect Taiwan, is hugely important. Quite frankly, there is an emergent concern on the part of Taiwan business and the Taiwan people that for the West, it's only about the semiconductors. And that as we move these things onshore, as we are in Arizona, or migrate some of the manufacturing, as has been done to Korea and Japan and even Vietnam and other nations in the region, that we won't then care about Taiwan. Interestingly enough, the Chinese Communist Party has seized on this, and you see a lot of this in the Chinese media. They're reaching out to the Taiwanese people and telling them they don't really care about you. It's transactional for the United States. They just want your capability to produce semiconductors. That's the storyline that we have to disabuse the Taiwanese people of. We have to help them understand that that's not the case at all, that we can craft a win-win situation, and we're working hard to do that. That we are committed to their long-term self-determination that, as we said for decades, has to be a decision on the part of the Taiwanese people, not a decision that's imposed on them from mainland China. So that's the most important message we need to convey to the people of Taiwan. We care about you. We care about your democracy. We care about your self-determination, and we are here to support those efforts over the long term.
Oh, that was interesting. That's actually shorter than I thought. I thought that was a longer clip. Wow. That's pretty damn interesting. I didn't plan on that one, but it's a good clip. Oh God. I'll find that one for a later stream. Yeah, this is an interesting one. I think it's like an hour though. Shit. Yeah, hour
was paid,
no.
which was, I think, a prerequisite of
I'm
being
just gonna
invited
play
here.
like 5
I'm going to
minutes of
speak
it.
about tonight's
I'm gonna
keynote
even time
lecturer
it,
in just a
just
moment, but
'cause
I want to begin, if I
I
may,
only
by
wanna
talking about where we are not
play
doing this
so
tonight.
much of this.
And
it's
that is
so
the
long.
London
I
Public
have some,
Library,
and I
which
have
is
other
just
clips.
down the street some direction. It doesn't really matter, and because we're not allowed there. If you did not catch the news, this talk, which is entitled Sex, Gender, and the Limits of Free Speech, was limited at the Wolf Performance Hall, which did an audit through which they demanded an advance copy of her PowerPoint slides and a lecture outline to assess whether it would violate their policies. Now, Mark Mercer, being the dutiful steward of SAF, sent along examples of other, I would say, relatively uncontroversial in the grand scheme of things conversations, like biological sex is real. And this was evidently too controversial for the London Public Library, which said to be there would be a violation of the workplace harassment and sexual harassment policies, and would be likely to cause physical danger to participants and would impede the ability for everyone else to enjoy the library, which is a bit of an, I don't know if anyone's not enjoying their hotel stay. Maybe they had a point, but I think people were still in the pool down there. So it seems like we haven't impeded any enjoyment of anything by being here. But this is the norm. So I want to just mention, I mean, Joanna Williams has tremendous things. I'm just going to read a couple of the things for which she's known. She has glorified the unrepentant terrorist Layla Khaled. She has publicly engaged in anti-Semitic. Sorry, this is a guy who's speaking at the library tomorrow. I'm so sorry, Joanna. I got my biographies mixed up. Yeah, I just learned today there is a comedian performing at the library. And now nothing's as funny as talking about how great Hamas is. It I'm in stitches just thinking about it. But there's a guy, Amer Zar, who is, he praises, I'm looking at the greatest hits here. He says we shouldn't denounce we shouldn't denounce anti-Semitism. We should praise terrorists. He called one terrorist his Valentine. Everyone's a romantic these days. Yeah, and there's a whole thing here. Yeah, so he's at the library tomorrow. So if the talking about free speech gets old, Joanna, you can always just pivot to good old-fashioned anti-Semitism, and you won't be banned from speaking at your next visit to London. This is the situation in which we exist and in which this discussion is taking place. So Joanna Williams has the distinct privilege of now being banned in 2 Londons, which is something that very few people are able to claim. She is from England, and she's the founder and director of the CIEO, and is a weekly columnist for Spiked, which is something you must add to your reading list if it's not already. And if you don't see her there, you're likely to see her at the Times, the Spectator, the Daily Mail, on telly, as my British relatives say, and as I say to annoy my wife, and in a myriad of other platforms. She is someone who is tremendously knowledgeable about the topics that give SAFs its raison d'etre. She is someone who has written about wokeness in the academy. She wrote a great book called How Woke Won. She is also the author of Women versus Feminism, Academic Freedom in an Age of Conformity, and Consuming Higher Education, Why Learning Can't Be Bought. And I think it is safe to say that by not being able to have this event where we wanted, the woke have won, and Joanna will certainly be able through her work to tell you why. But it is my distinct privilege to welcome this year's keynote speaker, Joanna Williams.
Thank you, Andrew, but I think you've given me a really hard act to follow there, so I'm not sure I really do. Thank you. But seriously, I thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Mark Mercer. Thank you very much for organising this, and for SAFs for hosting. But I think the people we really do need to thank tonight are the London Public Library for giving us so much publicity, for attracting the crowds here this evening, and proving that every attempt to censor, to ban, actually backfires. It creates publicity.
I might just let this play.
It gets the word out. It doesn't actually prove to be successful in the end.
This is
I
actually
wasn't going
like
to
turning out
kick off
really
immediately by
amazing.
talking about the events of the past few days. Obviously, I hadn't expected them to happen a week ago, and I was thinking about what to say. But it seems too good an opportunity to miss, and I think there are some real important lessons. In fact, it proves every single point I wanted to make over the course of this speech. Hooray! Proves every single point, thank you, I wanted to make. I mean, almost to the point where you can just kind of throw my prepared speech in the bin and just talk about what's happened over the past few days as being absolutely exemplary and a real typical way that censorship works nowadays. So just a few thoughts to kick off with. I mean, why it seems to me a real textbook example of censorship. The way that me expressing views, obviously just in words, just talking, is conflated with danger and violence and even threats of physical attack. And that equation of words with violence is something that we've come to be quite used to nowadays. I mean, just to reassure people, I would probably be quite useless if it did actually come to a fight, and suddenly have no weapons or anything like that. I'm not planning to resort to violence this evening, and kind of makes me laugh, really, the suggestion that there is anything that I could do that would be dangerous or violent. But the other thing I thought was very typical is the way there's not even an attempt to engage or to really justify their reasons for not holding the event. It's a cowardly hiding behind bureaucracy. It's a computer says no attitude. It's pointing at policies. It's kind of referring you to policy 3, subsection 4, bullet point 5. And I think that's cowardly in the extreme, because it's saying we're not actually going to engage in a dialogue with you. They're not going to say what it is that they're worried about, that I might say that's so dangerous and so much the equivalent of violence. They're just going to hide behind bureaucracy. The other thing that I thought was really typical is the way that in not letting me speak, the library is actually taking one side in this debate. This is not an act of political neutrality. So when I arrived in London yesterday, I did actually go and have a little walk around the library just because I was interested to find out what is this place like that I'm too dangerous to be allowed into. And the first thing that hits you is the transgender pride flag, and then you walk past the books and they've got rows and rows of the kind of, I guess they're gearing up for Pride Month, of the LGBTQ. I guess in Canada I need to add 2S onto that.
Yes, you do.
But I also need to ask somebody what that stands for, because we don't say that in the UK. So just LGBTQ plus. So they've got all the rows of books. And, you know, what this tells me is that the library is not saying, you know, we're just going to be objective and we're not going to have any speakers, we're not going to take any side in this. And they're not saying we're pro-free speech, we're going to let everybody come and speak, which would be my preference. But they're very definitely coming down on one side of this debate. They've become a politicized institution. They've come down on the side of woke. You know, the other thing that strikes me, final point I'll make on this, is that I'll pick up on this when I come on to the talk proper. You know, a lot of people would, if I told them about everybody here this evening, you know, having such a great audience, people would say, well, what on earth was I going on about? Why has there been all this fuss over the past few days? I clearly haven't been cancelled. I have got an audience. People will be reading about this in newspapers. And so this is all just rubbish. You know, there isn't a cancellation. There isn't a no platforming. You know, this is just inflating a moral panic. But the fact is, it's absolutely wonderful to see everybody here tonight. And I'm really grateful to the hotel here for hosting us. But I actually think that libraries, as taxpayer-funded institutions, as kind of homes of knowledge, you know, if that's not too dramatic a way of putting it, you know, this is part of the public square. Those are the places where debates should be had out. You know, we shouldn't be coming to a hotel, however wonderful and lovely it is. It should be taxpayer-funded public institutions in a democratic society that are hosting events like this. They should have a duty to do that. Sorry, I've just remembered one more point I want to make on this, and then I promise I will move on to the speech proper. You know, I actually take a lot of confidence from what's happened over the past few days. And even though my book has the title, How Woke Won, I think what's happened with the London Public Library really shows me that they haven't won at all. Because, do you know what, if they had any confidence at all in their arguments, if they were convinced for 1 second that they were right, they would have let this talk go ahead, because the arguments would pose no threat to them. They would welcome the opportunity to be able to challenge me, to question me, to argue against what I have to say. Banning things, not letting events go ahead, is an act of intellectual cowardice. And what it's saying, it really sends a message that they don't have arguments to use against anything I might say this evening. They don't want to confront the reality of what I might say, and they're not convinced that they would be up to that challenge. So every time you see that an event's been no platformed or cancelled, or a venue's pulled out, you know that that is an act of intellectual cowardice on behalf of the organisers, who are not prepared to engage in a debate because they can't engage in a debate, because they know they haven't got any arguments that are worth using. And I think it's only a matter of time before they're completely exposed for doing that. Anyway, right, speech proper. So this is kind of the ridiculous situation that we're up against in the UK, and I'm absolutely convinced from what I've heard today is the case in Canada as well. As I've already said, whenever you try to talk about free speech or the problem of censorship, the problem of no platforming, the problem of speakers being cancelled, a retort you often hear is free speech crisis. What free speech crisis? This is a right-wing myth. This is something you're making up. Cancelling's not real. People who claim to be cancelled actually have big platforms in other areas. The university free speech crisis has been a right-wing myth for 50 years, as if this is an entire fabrication, a made-up problem, a confected culture war. Interestingly, the people who say that are always the people who fire the first shots in the culture war. You know, they're always the people who say, no, you can't speak here. Why can't I speak here? How dare you wage a culture war against us? That's how the dialogue goes. And again, the irony of the talk this evening, sex, gender, and the limits of free speech, by curtailing that, it exposes exactly where the limits of free speech are. So I know that if you want to discover if there is a free speech crisis or not, go onto a university campus, go to a library, go into the public square, and these are the things that you can't say nowadays. You can't say that a woman is an adult human female. You can't say that people cannot change sex. You can't say that there's no such thing as a transgender child. You can't say that women should have single-sex spaces. It's those truths, it's that biological reality that's just considered beyond the pale nowadays. That's exactly what the limits of free speech are nowadays. And again, what's happened with the library just absolutely proves that. So in the UK, the number one group of people, the people who are cancelled most often, no platform, most often, so that's invitations are issued and then withdrawn, are gender critical feminists who want to speak a biological truth, the reality of what it means to be a woman. It's gender critical feminists who are the main target of student no platforming campaigns. Yeah. For the most part in the UK, these are mainly left-wing, middle-aged, middle-class women. These are female academics who have historically always been on the political left. These are not kind of right-wing firebrands. The most, that's Selina Todd there, a professor from Oxford University. These are not the type of people you would normally associate with saying dangerous things, of being at the forefront of causing offence. They're women who've often been around feminism, campaigning for women's rights for decades. One woman who was no platformed, Dame Jenny Murray, she BBC presented Woman's Hour on Radio 4, which is kind of the blandest, most middle-class program imaginable. Julie Bindel is the most no-platformed feminist in the UK. She's lesbian, left-wing, writes for The Guardian, or used to write for The Guardian. These are not the people who you would imagine stereotypically would be the victims of no platforming. So just to kind of take you back a little bit in time, actually take you back to the year I was born in, no platforming as a policy by students first came about in 1974, and this was the statement that was made by the students who were coming up with this policy. To achieve this general freedom, it became necessary on many occasions to constrain some of the absolute freedoms of individuals. What was the greater freedom? An abstract notion of absolute freedom of speech, or a right to live in freedom from fear of persecution? Now, this is a statement that's 50 years old. It's from the president of the National Union of Students. I think it's just really prescient and kind of echoes a lot of the arguments that are still being made 5 decades on. But in 1974 in the UK, the backdrop to this was genuine concern about the National Front, about fascism, essentially, in the UK. And the first demands for no platform, but the slogan was no platform for fascists. Now, who would have thought 50 years later, these exact same arguments, the kind of playing off of one kind of freedom against, the freedom from fear, which is this is the freedom this is the way the argument's always presented. You can have this kind of rather trivial, abstract freedom of speech thing, but what does that mean, and who really cares about that? The greater freedom, the freedom from persecution, that was the argument that was being used then. Who would have thought 50 years ago that this was the argument that was being used against, like I say, these middle-class, left-wing feminist women? But this is where we're at. I'm just very quickly have a whistle-stop tour through the type of people who are falling foul of censorship in universities in the UK now then. So it's not just outside speakers. So I mentioned Dame Jenny Murray, I mentioned Julie Bindell, who are not academics. These are people who were invited to universities. But we also see academics themselves barred from speaking at other universities. So this is Professor Heather Brunskill-Evans, sociologist, gender-critical feminist, works at King's College London, has been banned from speaking at her own university, not giving lectures, but speaking to students in different contexts, banned from speaking at the University of Bristol. And often these are talks on completely unrelated subjects. These are not even talks where these professors are wanting to talk about what it means to be a woman or gender ideology or transgender issues in any way, shape or form. Heather Brunskill-Evans was wanting to talk about pornography and the sexualization of young women. You think that would be quite an important topic to talk about nowadays. She was banned. She was stopped from giving that talk. Selena Todd, who was on one of the previous slides, she wanted to talk about working class history, working class women and the history of working class women. Again, stopped from giving that because of views expressed on a different subject in an entirely different context. But each time the arguments are the same, and they're the arguments which were there on the previous slide, that these views violate a safe space policy, that they endanger students, I mean children, Freudian slip there, they do act like children, that they risk causing harm, psychological harm to people who might be there. Academics at their own universities, again, this is somebody who I'm sure is familiar to everybody here. This is Kathleen Stock, hounded out of her own university in October 21. Supposed to be speaking at Oxford University later this month. It is now at the forefront of the students are campaigning to have her stopped from speaking there. It's caused a huge confrontation between Oxford Union, which is the debating society, and the NUS in Oxford. Anyone who's familiar with the Oxford Union knows, this is the home of numerous, kind of the training ground for numerous British prime ministers over centuries. And it might lead to it being closed down altogether, could lead to it being closed down altogether if it's not allowed to take a stall at the Freshers' Fair. We're really hoping that new legislation, which is going to come into force in the UK, a freedom of speech in higher education bill, might overturn this and make sure that the Students' Union at Oxford are not allowed to get away with cancelling the debating society in that way. This is a poster which was put up at the University of Sussex. These were the kind of posters that Kathleen Stock was confronted with in her workplace. We're not paying £9,250 a year. That's the rate of tuition fees in the UK. We're not paying this money for transphobia. Fire Kathleen Stock. And these posters were put up all around the campus. So Kathleen Stock would turn up for work and this is what she would be confronted with. I can think there was something interesting here. It's an interesting choice of slogan that the students have latched onto. And it really shows the kind of the consumer mentality and what students are expecting to get now in return for paying these tuition fees by being consumers and seeing themselves as consumers. By paying all this money, what they're demanding is freedom from speech. They want to be protected. We've paid all this money, and then you're going to make us confront uncomfortable views as well. How dare you? We've paid all this money, so we want you just to look after us. We just want little pats on the back and reassurance that everything we think is correct. So it's a real kind of consumer demand for a psychic safety, if you like. But it wasn't just posters that Kathleen Stock was having to confront as well. It became a daily occurrence at the University of Sussex. You've got these masked protesters letting out flares, the graffiti, the banners here. You know, and again, the kind of irony that for all this talk of safety, for all the kind of hashtag be kind, for all the kind of insistence upon niceness and just looking after people, you know, this is not,
it's almost like
not an image that leaps out at you. Be kind. We want safety. You know, this is vile, abusive, and it's intimidating. But, you know, it raises questions with me, even just looking at these pictures now, 2 years after the event was all over the news in the UK. Where are the adults? You know, where's campus security here? I've worked at a university for long enough to know that campus security is a real thing. You know, you have security guards wandering around. Safety is a big thing on campus. But where are the adults here? You know, why was no one prepared to step in and stop them carrying on in this abusive and intimidating way? You know, why did nobody at the University of Sussex stand up for Kathleen Stock and actually tell the students, we don't care how much money you've paid, you know, this is not a way to behave. You know, this is not how you should be expressing yourself at university. Sorry, that's very, very small. I'll read some of it out. This is from the Oxford University this month, and it just shows the extent to which these issues have not gone away. You know, this is coming up again 2-3 years later. Kathleen Stock's no longer working in a university. The Oxford University LGBTQ plus society is dismayed and appalled that the Oxford Union has decided to platform a transphobic and trans-exclusionary speaker, Stock. She's been campaigning against trans rights. I mean, this is bullshit, sorry. I mean, this is, it's just not true. Bullshit. You know, Kathleen Stock, in defending women's rights, in saying a woman is a biological human, a biological adult human female, you know, that is not the same as campaigning against trans rights. These are slanderous statements, labeling them as dangerous to women, calling for the exclusion of trans people from, you know, it's all hyperbolic. You know, the union is disregarding the welfare of its LGBTQ plus members. And again, I love this under the guise of free speech. This is something you hear time and time again. It's almost as if nobody can possibly really believe in free speech. Nobody really thinks that academic freedom is important. And it's always this kind of assumption of bad faith. You're just pretending to like free speech so you can really smuggle in all these kind of transphobic, homophobic, sexist, racist things. You just want to kind of spread right-wing tropes. That's why you're pretending to like free speech. The idea that people could hold a genuinely principled position and actually genuinely think that free speech is important and want to hear other sides of the debate clearly does not cross their minds for one instant. Letting Stock bring her campaign of hate and misinformation to Oxford, allowing her to stoke fear. It goes on and on and on. You know, when I first read this there was newspaper articles at the same time about the kind of panic about artificial intelligence, about students using ChatGPT to cheat in their essays and their exams. And I thought, actually, we don't need to worry about this for their exams. They're clearly using ChatGPT and artificial intelligence to come up with their campaign slogans, because this does look like, you know, they've put odd words into a search engine and said, you know, come up with a standard response to a speaker we don't like. And these are the same kind of corny old cliches we've come to expect. Sorry, let's have a look where I'm at, you know. Anyway, sorry, this is a campaign which is not just being waged against lecturers, believe it or not. These campaigns are also being waged against students. So in this instance, it's a student from Bristol University, Raquel Rosario Sanchez, who started a feminist society. And again, when I was at university back in the day, a feminist society was a very, very normal thing that universities would have. Nowadays, it seems that if you start a feminist society and you insist that your feminist society should be for women, which, you know, doesn't seem to me to be that unreasonable, really. you're going to be bullied by other students.
You
You're going to be intimidated. You're going to be threatened. You're going to be told to clear off and that you're not welcome on campus. And this is what has happened to Raquel Sanchez, the Bristol student here, who ended up going to court to try and get the university to defend her, because it becomes yet another case of where you do just end up thinking, where are the adults, where are the staff, where are the university lecturers? And the amount of institutional cowardice in all of this, is really, really shameful. But it's not just cowardice. Cowardice is a big thing. I'm sorry, here's another one. I'm not expecting anyone to read this. I'll pick out sections of it myself. It's not just institutional cowardice. As we've seen, precisely as I was talking about earlier with the London Library down the road here, it is just clearly taking one side in a debate. Universities have decided that this is, there's two sides to this, and they are making a very, very political decision to overlook some abuse and intimidation and to take a side. I think this is one of the most shameful things that came out of the whole Kathleen Stock affair, and this is what actually prompted Kathleen Stock's resignation. So this is a statement which was issued by Sussex, the University of Sussex, which was where Kathleen Stock was employed. This was a statement issued by the trade union, UCU, University College Union. So the union, which I was a member of, I was a believer in trade unions. I thought the power of trade unions for solidarity, for enabling staff to be able to kind of club together and demand their rights was something which was kind of built into me from my early childhood. It was something which I always thought was very, very important. So to see a trade union seeing one of their own members being victimised, abused, harassed, bullied off campus in this most obscene way, and then decide to make a statement in solidarity with the people who are dishing out the abuse, I just think is absolutely shameful. But this is what the trade union did. In light of recent events on campus and the ensuing public response on social media, we extend our solidarity to all trans and non-binary members of our community who now more than ever should receive the unequivocal support of the university and its management. There is no statement of support with Kathleen Stock. And it was the realisation that it was members of staff who were not just in the form of the union, but on social media, on Twitter as well, actually coming out to back the students and to argue against her. We're encouraging the students. This is something that we see more and more. I very recently attended an event at my local university, also an event actually discussing academic freedom. We were expecting students to be there protesting, and that was what happened at the start of the event. What I hadn't been expecting, and perhaps this is my naivety, not anymore, but what I hadn't been expecting was to see a member of the university staff there, pointing the students to a room that member of staff had booked for them so they could make their banners, prepare themselves for the protest, encouraging them, showing them the best places to go and stand, and coordinating the students. And in fact, not just kind of coordinating the students, but being much more enthusiastic about this protest. Suddenly at the end of the evening, the students were all sat around looking a bit kind of bored and fed up, and you got the impression many of them would have far preferred to have been in the hall taking part in the debate, whereas the member of staff had encouraged them to stand around outside holding these placards. But it was actually the member of staff who was not only driving, was driving this on. I think it's shameful. It's not just that staff are organising these events, driving students to take part, egging students on, essentially. But I think academics play an important role, even if they're not there handing out the felt tip pens for the students to make the placards. they provide an intellectual justification for students engaged in censoring and no platforming, campaigns of abuse. They provide the intellectual and political justification for students behaving in this way. So, I mean, this is obviously a very, very famous book from decades ago now, but these ideas that words of violence, that words cause psychological, not just psychological, but physiological harm to people, the idea that any attempt to talk about these issues is the equivalent of putting your identity up for debate. It's kind of a spirit murder is the phrase people would be familiar with from this book. It's kind of, I mean, you don't get much more dramatic and hyperbolic than talking about murder, using that word, do you? I think, what staff have been at the forefront of is really institutionalizing gender ideology in particular across our universities and making this as if it's a norm, as if it's a value that is just to be taken for granted on campus. And again, a bit of a whistle-stop tour here, how this plays out as staff reinforcing this as a norm, as a value. So ethics committees are now, as I'm sure anybody here who's been involved, particularly in, obviously in all kinds of research, but it seems to be particularly pervasive and politically slanted in social science research at the moment, where you have to
I love the Brits. They're so optimistic.
Your kind of entire self, it seems sometimes, to an ethics committee and get approval, ethical approval, and clearance for what you're planning to do. And this means that you're being judged essentially by other academics within your own department. This is a master's student, James Caspian, who's a qualified and long-standing psychotherapist who returned to university to do a master's degree after he became aware of an increasing number of clients coming to see him in his professional practice who had decided to de-transition. So these were mainly young women who had transitioned, changed gender, and then had regrets and had wanted to de-transition. And James Caspian became aware of this as a group, and it was a group which, this is about 5-6 years ago, his case was quite notable. He was aware that this group, there was not much research about these women. This was a new phenomenon, and he thought really something should be written about these people, should be looked into. Why had they decided to detransition? What had motivated them to transition in the first place? Why were they having the regrets? Why had they decided to detransition? Obviously me playing the same game, as a master's student, James Caspian had invested tens of thousands of pounds in paying for his studies. Had been allowed to continue well into the course duration. And then the ethics committee just turned around and said, no, you can't do this. It will bring the university into disrepute. We're not allowing this research to take place. And so that was the end of his master's degree program. But that's academics, making a very clear distinction that some research is beyond the pale. Here's another example in the news far more recently. This is Laura Favaro, a postgrad researcher who had been looking at the experience. Again, the ironies here are just completely lost on the people who instigate these campaigns. Laura Favaro had been looking at the experiences of gender-critical academics in universities. She'd been going around speaking to academics and lecturers who'd been at the forefront of these debates and asking them what their experiences were like, what kind of problems they'd encountered. She'd done all this research. She'd won funding, a fairly substantial amount of research funding. She'd had the ethical clearance. She'd gathered all this data. She then wrote a preliminary article about it in the Times Higher Educational Supplement in the UK, a well-known higher education magazine, which is, again, a very normal thing that academics would do. And at that point, the university pulled the plug on it. all the data had been gathered, years of her life invested in this. The university now owns the data that she has gathered. Laura has no access at this point in time to her own data. Obviously, as a postdoc, she's in a very precarious position, no prospect of having her employment contract renewed, and no access to her own data. So she's not able to actually publish anything. This is kind of 4 years of her life wasted, numerous women's stories that she's heard that she wanted to be able to discuss in the context of an academic research paper, all stopped, all for nothing. Quickly then, where, what's the impetus for this? Where does this drive come from? And the kind of way that this acts on it's institutionalized. By that I mean it's kind of written into policy documents. It's something which again becomes part of the structure of the university. I mean, the phrase we often hear talked about is kind of systemic racism. Well, I would say we've got systemic gender ideology, where this is written into the fabric of so much of university life. So we have here, I don't think you'd have the same thing in Canada, but please correct me if I'm wrong. This is the Athena Swan Charter. It's called, it's a gender equality charter, which took off really, I would say 2 or 3 decades ago. And it was about essentially a campaign for sexual equality I'll be old-fashioned enough to use that phrase, in higher education. So it would look at things like the pay gap between male academics and female academics. It would look at the gap between the numbers of male professors and female professors. It was looking at the kind of inequalities in that way. But you can see from the final line on there, the charter is now being used across the globe. So yeah, if it's not here in Canada yet, it soon will be. It's now being used across the globe to address gender equality more broadly, and not just barriers to progression that affect women. Now that phrase there, to address gender equality more broadly, is really an indication that this is no longer about sexual equality. It's actually not about looking at pay gaps and the number of women professors versus male professors, etc. We couldn't care less really about any of that anymore. It's become wholesale about gender ideology, about campaigning for gender neutral bathrooms on campus, for doing away with all references really to female members of staff. The horrible thing about this is that actually it ends up making this gender ideology a government-backed initiative, because for universities in the UK to carry the title of a university, they have to jump through various hoops, and getting these charters, these kind of certificates, is one way in which they can prove that they are worthy of the university label. And if you don't have the university label, you can't get tuition fees from students, you don't have degree awarding powers, you're finished as an institution. So it's the Office for Students in the UK that ends up promoting these, and this is why we have a very contradictory position, because in the UK, we've had a notionally conservative government for the past 12 years now, and yet it's over that exact same period of time that all of these woke kind of schemes and ideas have become embedded within universities, and many of them actually pushed by institutions that the government is backing and supporting. The other one I'm sure you will have all heard of is Stonewall. The thing that really struck me about this, and the reason why I wanted to use this slide here, this is Bristol and workshops and tell you what you have to do in order to rankings and get on to the rooms. It's a university, I think, which would say it were not respected in any way, shape or form. But the important thing about these charters and diversity champions or you see these buzzwords: safe, welcomed, free to be ourselves. women who are really
Sorry,
at the forefront of
I
these
got a
campaigns.
phone call. I had to boot
I think
myself
we're very
out for a
grateful
minute.
to people like J.K. Rowling, for example, is probably the most critical, gender critical, most significant gender critical feminist in the UK.
It was a friend from overseas. I'm glad she's well. I always worry about my friends in Palestine,
that
so
she hasn't supported.
if they're still hanging in there,
I'm a feminist who talks about her own experiences of domestic abuse. Is clearly very authentic in what she says, but has paved the way, emboldened a lot of other women to speak out. The other thing that I think is really great in terms of what's happening in the UK is a number of the feminists who I've named this evening, in fact I would say all the feminists I've named this evening, kind of come at this debate from the perspective of feminism, from wanting to defend women's rights, defend single-sex spaces, but they very, very, very quickly realise the importance of arguing for free speech. And I think that's a really key thing that's happened in the UK, that 10 years ago when I first started properly advocating for free speech, it was all the things I've said this evening, under the guise of free speech. You just want to kind of smuggle in right-wing stuff by pretending to like free speech. But actually, these left-wing, gender-critical feminists are very much realising that free speech is important, not just for smuggling in right-wing truths. Not that I'm wanting to do that, but that everybody needs free speech. So just a few things to finish off very, very quickly now. What to do? I think everybody in this room has got to carry on turning out for events like this. That's great. Carry on inviting people to speak at events like this. I think the more invitations are issued, even if they're then refused, even if venues, eventually you think the penny will drop, that the people who are instigating these campaigns of censorship will realise, you think if they had any sense, maybe they won't, that by banning and no platforming and censoring, it has the opposite effect. It generates more publicity. Easy to say, standing here in a room, of like-minded people, but we all need to just be a bit braver, and I think we all need to just be prepared to say what it is that we really think. Unfortunately, one lesson I do take away from the union, the way the union in the UK has carried on, is that we need to perhaps develop new forms of solidarity. Well, I know it's one of the conversations we were having today. I'm not sure about new institutions, but new campaign groups. We've got the Free Speech Union in the UK, Academics for Academic Freedom, and these are groups which have kind of acted on top of unions and on top of institutions to really generate a groundswell of support and have helped promote stories within the media, attract attention and publicity for the cause of free speech. But I think time and time again, the important thing is that we make the case for free speech as being absolutely crucial to arguing for equality, for challenging oppression, for really saying that if we want to see a more equal society, then actually free speech is in everybody's interest. And that's the beauty, isn't it? Everybody here knows that's the beauty of arguing for free speech. It doesn't take one side in a political debate. Free speech helps everybody. In fact, I'd go so far as to say the most oppressed people in society are the people who need free speech most of all. And by making that point, I think we can hopefully slowly begin to take back places on the committees, on the institutions, and we almost need to instigate a reverse long march through the institutions for people who are prepared to make the case for free speech. But yeah, very, very happy to take any questions or comments.
My question's about irony. Your talk is thick with irony. It starts with the London Public Library and then all the way through. And you mentioned how the irony has been lost on many of the people who are conducting these campaigns. This quote, which I think you said was from 1974 or so, strikes me as the kind of statement that at the time would have been used to to restrict free speech on the subject of feminism and women's rights. And my question is it your impression that the modern feminists appreciate the irony of the situation they are now in, given that the shoe is now on the other foot?
Oh, that's a very, very good question. I mean, I can tell you just because I, know the context to this quote. I kind of obviously did the reading around it and did the cut and paste. It was not meant about women's rights and feminism. It was in the context of fascism, blah, blah, blah. But I do completely take your point. I've written very critically of feminism in the past. My book, Women versus Feminism, is very critical. I wrote that back in 2016 before the kind of gender ideology movement properly took off. And the kind of feminism I'm criticising is what was referred to at the time as the kind of fainting couch feminism, the kind of victim feminism. And I was very critical of middle-class, powerful women who then kind of appropriated, as I saw it, the victimhood of the genuine disadvantages, if you like, experienced by working class women to kind of make the case that their already kind of good lives should get even better. Anyway, sorry. No, is the answer to your question. I don't think they.
I'm going to pause this one. I love this. I love this one, but True North is just going live right now. And I really want to pull it up because it's totally on topic. We all know that music. It's a premiere. This one's going to be good. I want to see what they're going to pull up. True North is an awesome independent news
soon, but it does look as though the provinces in this country have finally located their spines and have decided to take the fight to the gender ideology cultists running the education system. 2 weeks ago, Manitoba and Saskatchewan decided to join New Brunswick in committing to making changes to education policy, which will require teachers to receive parental consent if their child wants to use a different name or a different pronoun while in the classroom. In other words, teachers now have to tell parents if their child is being socially transitioned at school, and teachers can no longer do it behind the backs of parents.
Pretty much.
Wow,
Good idea.
So brave.
Good
Where
idea.
have these premiers been for the last 2 or 3 years? I guess better late than never, though, right? The new school season is just around the corner, and with this practice of socially transitioning children behind the backs of their parents still taking place in schools, it begs the question what the other provinces are doing allowing this to happen. What is Ontario doing allowing this to happen? And what is Alberta doing, that bastion of conservatism? You might think that withholding this rather critical information from a parent about their child socially transitioning at school is disgusting and creepy, but in fact there's an entire ecosystem of trans activists and teachers on TikTok breaking down over these new provincial policies, and in some cases filming themselves crying over the fact that they will no longer be able to socially transition your child while they're at school and you're at work. Let's take a look at some of these people who have graciously offered themselves up to be ridiculed and mocked for their absurd takes. It's really the least we could do. Drop a like in the video. Help us out by subscribing to the True North YouTube channel. And the common question for the episode is this. Why does any province in this country allow teachers to socially transition students behind the backs of parents? Let me know in the comments, and let's get in. First, it was New Brunswick Premier Blaine Higgs, who back in June announced an update to Policy 713, which would force teachers to receive parental consent if students are to use a different name or a pronoun while in class. And last week, Manitoba Premier Heather Stevenson, who let's just say is not known for her conservative beliefs, announced on the campaign trail that if re-elected, her government would enshrine parental rights and adopt the same policy. And then a few days after that, Saskatchewan took it one step further and immediately put into law parental rights in the province to stop this absurd practice of socially transitioning children behind the backs of their parents. In the province of Saskatchewan, effective immediately, just in time for the school season to start, Schools must seek parent or guardian permission when changing the preferred name and pronoun used by students under
this should
the
be
age of
common
16 in
sense.
schools.
That should be
Parents
common
or
sense,
guardians
folks.
must be informed that they have the option to decline their children's participation in sexual education, and boards of education must immediately pause involvement with any third-party organizations such as ARC, Foundation, and the SOGI 123 program connected to sexual health education, while the ministry undertakes a review of educational resources to ensure alignment with curricular outcomes. Now, for those that are unaware, that third and final policy telling school boards to immediately pause involvement with third-party organizations is in response to what happened when a Saskatchewan wing of Planned Parenthood was caught handing out sexually explicit and graphic images teaching students as young as the age of 14 fringe sex acts. Meanwhile, in Ontario, the largest province in Canada, that government has so far refused to do anything about this practice. Just look, as I tried to confront Stephen Lecce on this issue back in June. How do you plan to hold? Okay. Just want to ask about Bill 98. This your own legislation. Organize something. Okay. Can I communicate with your staff? The province of Alberta, Danielle Smith, has also so far refused to stand up for parental rights. What's going on here? But as you could have guessed, these policy changes aren't going over too well with the gender ideology cultists and the radical left. And the opposition to enhanced parental rights, the opposition to having parents provide consent if their own child is to be socially transitioned, goes right to the very top of the political system in this country.
This is like
Just
well
look at what
said.
Justin Trudeau said when New Brunswick introduced
so
the changes
accurate
to
and
education
well
policy.
said.
Right now, trans kids in New Brunswick are being told they don't have the right to be their true selves, that they need to ask permission. Well, trans kids.
This is like so cringe. Like, oh my god, what a pedo. This is gross. Like, this is really gross,
Kids
folks.
need to feel safe. That is an insane thing for a leader of a country like Canada.
Oh my
to
god,
say.
he is
Trans
such a
kid-
pedo.
What even
It's
is
so
a
gross.
trans kid? I'm sorry, but that doesn't
Exactly.
exist.
Like,
there's no such thing as a trans kid. The Saskatchewan Teachers Federation.
it's just like
made
there's
their
no
own
such
video
thing
condemning
as
bill that
a
would stop
vegan
gender
cat.
ideology cultists from transitioning children behind the
Just
backs of
saying.
their parents. They're really upset about this new change. Take a look.
On behalf of the 13,000 teachers across Saskatchewan, I'm here to express our deep frustration and disappointment regarding the Minister of Education's recent announcement of new parental inclusion and consent policies. Every day, teachers work tirelessly to create inclusive learning environments where all students feel welcomed and safe.
Just sort of
However,
disturbing.
this policy not only handcuffs teachers'
This is
ability
really
to build
disturbing,
trust,
actually.
it also dangerously threatens
No,
the
they
safety
are-
and well-being of Saskatchewan students.
They aren't your
This
kids.
knee-jerk reaction to an
These are
isolated
not your
instance
kids.
is a significant overstep by
Hands
the
off
government.
the kids.
It not
How about
only
we,
politicizes
you know,
our classrooms,
stop being
but
creepy
it also
with the
takes us down
kids.
a dangerous path without any consultation.
Yeah, it
with
is a
teachers
dangerous
or the
path with
public at large.
pedophiles.
They got brutally ratioed on Twitter for that, by the way, and they had to hide a bunch of comments, but this new Twitter feature allows us to read the comments they're trying to hide, and that's what we're going to do on the show right now. Actually, the government is standing up for the tax-paying parents of the children you are supposed to be teaching, not indoctrinating. Don't worry, everyone. The Saskatchewan Teachers Federation is here to save children from the menace of, checks notes, their own parents. That's
Wow,
about
eh?
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
These teachers really need to save children from their own parents.
This is
You
disturbing.
absolute
This is so
scumbags.
wrong.
How dare you? Stop creating violence where it doesn't exist in order to emotionally manipulate people. You know who encourages kids to hide things from their parents? Predators. People with bad intentions. People who
Right
would
there.
harm them. There is
Truth
no
right
legitimate
there.
reason why any school board should be hiding
Yeah,
things from
this
parents
is like
as a policy.
wrong.
If teachers have specific concerns about a specific student and that specific student's family, then get the school counselors and resource officers involved and the police if
That's,
need be.
you know,
But under
that's
no
how it used to
circumstances
be.
should it be a blanket policy for school boards
Exactly.
to be complicit in lying to parents about important issues in their child's
Yeah.
lives. But all
No,
of
this
that,
is
well, it doesn't even
indoctrination.
compare
This
to
is
what I can
grooming.
only
This is
describe as
wrong.
the freak show on TikTok.
Yeah,
These
I
activists and
know.
probably teachers breaking down crime because they can no longer keep secrets from parents about children.
I know, this
because
is
they can
so
no longer
cringe.
socially
I
transition
cannot
children behind the backs
believe
of
this.
parents.
And my mom
Just
was
take a
a
look at
teacher,
some
so it's like,
terror.
She would
grips me
never, like,
as
she
I
wants
bring
to
you this
bitch
news.
slap half of these, like,
Some
idiots.
quotes I found on Facebook.
She would never do that.
from
I mean,
the Conservative Party of Canada.
I don't know where I got
attempting
that
to
from, but
replicate what's
it was
happening
from her.
in the States and ban gender affirming care for minors.
Oh no!
Wowie.
Banning gender affirming care for minors.
Big
Oh,
pharma.
the terror does truly grip me, doesn't it?
I know. This is.
Let's take a look.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, if you
With the
transition
active
as an
support
adult,
of the woke
no
far
problem.
left.
Well, first of all,
Forcing
this is
this
the
on
PPC,
kids?
not the Conservative Party, but whatever she's about to read is going to sound extremely based.
Again, we're just throwing around buzzwords that we don't even know what they mean. And all establishment party is as if the left is an establishment. Okay. Radical trans activists are trying to transform society in a way that curtails everyone's freedoms. How
Yeah.
does me being myself curtail your freedom?
Because you want to sue
This
me for
radical
not
agenda,
using
which
your
contradicts basic
pronouns
biological
and
realities. Actually, please go to
right
school
now.
past
Can I
high school.
can I call you an it? Is an
It's
it?
just not correct. Is proving
I
particularly
think it's a
harmful
girl.
to women and
I
children.
just don't want to like
In
get in
recent
trouble.
years,
Let's
cultural
just call it
Marxists
cat.
and radical activists in the media, government, and schools
And the
have
hair.
made every
The hair
effort
is
to
just
normalize toxic transgender ideology.
Extremely true. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just Bernier spitting facts here. Let's be honest.
Yeah, let's just be
Again,
honest.
we're not an ideology. We're people. We exist. You can't
It's
erase
a cult. It's like cult behavior.
You can't erase us. Oh, and by the way, we want to socially transition your child behind the backs of parents, and we'll do everything we can to
Yeah,
stop it.
there's
Oh
the
yeah,
key.
you can't erase us.
They teach children that their gender is determined by stereotypes, and if they do not fit into the traditional male or female gender roles, encourage them to think that they may have been born in the wrong
Yeah.
body. Have you ever met a trans person, sir?
Yeah.
We are the opposite of teaching that gender is
So
determined
what the
by
hell?
stereotypes.
Like, is that a
We are
boy
the
or
ones
girl? I don't
unpacking
know.
gender
Am I allowed
and
to say
realizing
that?
gender
I'm
is
not.
actually a feeling
I think it's
innate
like.
to who you are.
I
But
think she would have
I
been a really
digress.
happy bull dyke.
And
And what
are never
is
born
it?
in the wrong body.
What is
Children
it
should be
with
taught
the
to
nose
accept
rings?
themselves and not
Whenever
seek
you
solutions
see
through
these
pharmaceuticals and
people,
medical
it's the
procedures.
colored hair and this nose
Hormones aren't
ring. Is this
pharmaceuticals,
some
but
kind of
okay,
code? Some secret code
I
with
hate the
them.
born in the wrong body shit that we said to cis people just to try and make them get it.
No, God doesn't
It's
make
not the
mistakes.
wrong body. This is my body. It just doesn't reflect my gender identity, and I want it to.
Okay, well,
we're teaching children to accept themselves, to accept
idiot.
who they
I
are,
think
which
idiot
might be a
is
trans
pretty
person.
gender neutral. Like,
The
why don't
normalization
you
of
go with that?
transgender ideology,
Like, oh my God, I
particularly
can't believe
amongst our
these
youth,
people.
will have a catastrophic impact
Really
on the
can't believe
generation
them
if we cannot
sometimes.
reverse course soon. That's just fear-mongering bullshit that has nothing
Are
to do
you
with us.
kidding me?
Again, transgender ideology is not a thing.
Transgender ideology is not a thing. You hear that, guys? We can all put our fears to rest because from this woman, man.
I know, we're all
with,
confused. We're all
thing.
confused.
This thing here.
At least
says
I'm not
that
the only one
transgender
saying
ideology
it.
It does not exist. That's right. The idea that men can be women and women can be men, and that we need to, explore trans. Oh, and the idea that there are such thing as trans kids. Oh, it's not a thing. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. It's obviously just not a thing. It's all, as this thing says, propaganda. Oh God, already crying. Okay, here we go. This is from Becky She They. We won't have as much issue identifying the gender of this woman here as we did with the last.
So Wayne Higgs and Bill Hogan did it. Children under the age of 16 in New Brunswick are going to be outed to their parents if they choose to change their pronouns in school. It can happen, and it went through. It's coming into effect July 1st. I'm currently working my way to become a teacher. I only have 2 years left of school, and I'm in New Brunswick. I don't know what to do right now.
What? Just keep studying, I guess? Don't socially transition children behind the backs of parents, and maybe don't keep secrets from parents about a child's name and pronoun?
I don't know if I want to leave this province and go teach somewhere else because I can't out students. That's not something that I'm willing to do. That's not something I ever pictured being a part of this job. I'm not harming students in my own community. It's not something I'm doing. I know how dangerous this type of is. It would have been dangerous for me. It's what kept me in the closet for so long.
I see. It all starts to make sense. It's about you, is it, miss? Is that what it is? It's dangerous to not keep secrets from parents about children? I think the majority of Canadians might think the opposite of that. As a matter of fact, the majority of parents do believe it's the right thing because a recent poll came out showing that the majority of people support this policy change in New Brunswick. Wow, go figure. Parents want to know what's going on with their own children.
It infuriates me. I've never been so upset at my government before.
Really? You've never been more upset at your government after they make a policy like this? Kind of weird.
Or felt less safe. Like, these children, do they need somebody as an ally?
No, they don't need someone as an ally. They need a teacher to teach them the things they need to be taught. They don't need an ally. They don't need a spiritual coach. They don't need someone who's going to keep a little secret between them away from their parents. They just need a teacher. Can you teach them math? Can you teach them English? Science? How about just focusing on that? Is that too much to ask for? Crying about not being able to withhold a secret from parents. Just a little bit of a red flag there, if you ask me. All right, here's this guy. We've seen this guy on the show before. Let's see what he has to say about Saskatchewan's evil policy of letting parents know what's going on with their own children.
The Saskatchewan government has rolled out 3 new incredibly draconian policies towards school.
Incredibly draconian policies towards school. That's draconian. Yeah, this policy is draconian, but you know all the stuff they did during COVID, all of the lockdowns and taking away of our freedoms, that's not draconian, but this is definitely dangerous and draconian.
Each one of them is appalling.
It is. It's scary. Like, this shouldn't be happening.
Problematic. Here we go. What do we got?
Like, how do teachers have more rights over their parents? And even though my mom was a teacher, I'm like, no, this.
It is worth noting that sex ed in Saskatchewan
They
is
ain't your
severely
kids.
under-resourced. Those organizations were coming to schools
It's really
because they were
disturbing
requested to.
what's
They were
going
requested
on.
to because the schools weren't properly equipped to teach sex ed on their own. The second change is this: that parents must be informed about the sex ed curriculum and that they must have the option to decline their child's participation.
Yeah.
A couple of things. No other curriculum is opt-in. None.
And there's probably a reason for that, don't you think? Schools are a place to actually learn things, not a place to be indoctrinated with degeneracy.
But perhaps most appalling is this new policy.
Like,
Schools
this is
must
so
seek parent or
damn
guardian permission when
disturbing.
changing
Like,
the preferred
why
name and
would...
pronouns used by students under the age of 16 in schools.
That's the most appalling to this guy
Wow,
here.
so we're going to get nuked
what's up with
soon.
these teachers?
We're heading into World War
Very,
III, but
very
pronouns are
Okay, here
the
we
big
go.
issue.
One last TikTok
We're heading
on
into a
Saskatchewan
recession.
in particular.
The conservative Sask Party government
Worse than the
has
1930s, but yeah,
new laws
pronouns are the big
that
issue.
are just written by the Minister of Education. He just wrote them out and was like, you have to do these now. That this school year, any child under the age of 16 who wants to go by a different name and pronouns at school, their teachers are required to call and inform their parents.
Yeah.
And for
As
any
it
child
should
under
be.
the age of 16, I believe, again, parents are allowed to vet the school's sex ed curriculum and then opt their children out of it if they don't agree with what it contains. So I'm furious.
Oh, really? You're
Why?
furious about that? Again.
Why? They aren't your kids.
Just a normal person taking issue with parents being able
Yeah.
to see the kind of curriculum their children
Oh
will
my
be
God, this
exposed
is so
to
disturbing.
before giving them a chance to look at it.
But I have to get ready to go to work, so I can't do a full analysis of this right now.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah,
We're not
it's probably better you don't.
But I have posted on the government of Saskatchewan's Facebook post about it, saying that this is
You're
going
an
to lead
idiot?
to suicide.
Really?
No, it's not.
It's going to lead to suicide.
Homelessness, and the spread of disease.
Homelessness, suicide, and disease because children under the age of 16 will will have to have a parental consent if they want to use a different name and pronoun at school. To say these teachers and activists are living in a different world would be an understatement. I think we can frankly use much harsher language to describe these people who really are so upset that they can't keep secrets from parents. Their thinking is basically this: if you don't accept the most outrageous standards set by these gender ideology cultists, then death will reign over communities. Suicide and homelessness and disease will take over our streets because we can't keep secrets from parents any longer. I don't know about you guys, but after watching these activists and teachers break down over a bill like this in Saskatchewan, I'm now more determined than ever to see a province like Alberta, a province that claims to be the heart of conservatism in Canada, adopt this policy as well. What are they doing? And Ontario, what is Ontario doing, allowing this to take place in these schools? All right, everyone, that's going to do it for us this week on the show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't expect to see Ratio next week. I'm taking the week off to recharge. I'll be back the following week. My name is Harrison Faulkner, and this is Ratio.
That was awesome. Yeah, that totally fit in with my blog theme today. Sorry, it's just so addicting sometimes when I get drawing. And also, like, if the ink is wet, you kind of got to go with it. There we go. Beautiful. And now that can dry for a minute while I pull up the next clip. See what's happening. Yeah, that was a good one. I'm glad I caught that when it was live and I could share that with you. How much longer is her? Yeah, I'm going to pull her back up.
You know who that is, right? He was arguing that social media algorithms drove the wokeness, and wokeness doesn't have any content, it's just about power. And Peter Boghossian, who argues that in the late 80s, it came out of intersectional theory. And I'm sure this is in your book, but do you have a side there? Do you think either one is more right than the other?
I think woke is actually very powerful, and I think it's got the cultural power. I think woke ideas obviously are abstract, but it's the people who embody those ideas that have captured is the word, isn't it? All the cultural institutions in society, it seems to me, from universities, schools, museums, art galleries, the media, film, theatre, etc. The people who are running those institutions have swallowed woke ideas completely and are using the power that they have through those institutions to bypass democracy, which is my problem with all of this, and inflict those ideas, impose those ideas on the rest of society. So I don't think it's just a social media algorithm thing. I think it's a very real problem that we all have to confront.
Christina. First of all, thank you for a really fascinating talk. You were mentioning at the beginning how essentially being cancelled by the library actually gives you a broader audience and that kind of stuff. And I do have to agree with the people who say there is no really cancelling, because in countries like I grew up in East Germany, if you had been cancelled, you wouldn't be here. You would be somewhere in jail. So, but that brings me to something that I find actually is really sinister that is going on right now. The people who are trying to cancel you are not evil governments or even evil administrators. At one point you were asking, well, where are the adults here? That kind of stuff. So people that are trying to cancel you, it's kind of like coming from the bottom up.
Yeah.
And that makes it so much harder to actually really deal with that in a convincing way, because the moment you do that as an accomplished speaker, academic, and so on, you immediately will be accused of, well, you're using your power imbalances and all that kind of stuff. And of course, the people who are asking for the cancellations and essentially asking for more oversight over who gets to speak,
they have this idea that everybody will agree with them. You are absolutely right. They don't have good arguments because they don't need good arguments. It's not they're afraid or they know I don't need a good argument. All I scream is transphobic and out the door you are. But the problem with that is obviously any clever government can exploit. I mean, like at the end you had this rainbow crosswalk kind of thing. In East Germany, our governments, they would have loved that if the people themselves actually had offered that. So, like, are you really as optimistic as you were?
I try. I change on an hourly basis between whether I'm pessimistic or optimistic. Thank you. I take on board a lot of what you're saying there. I'm not completely convinced about this being a bottom-up thing in the sense that I don't think it's the majority of people in society. To use a kind of horrible phrase, I don't think it's ordinary people who are calling for these things. I mean, this censorship, it might not be coming from kind of always, I mean, not sometimes in the UK it is, coming from uniformed police officers. That's the ultimate power that lies behind it. Hate speech, hate crime, non-crime hate incidents we have in the UK, which can often, the reality is it can mean a police officer knocking at your door, but it's not bottom up in the sense of a groundswell of public opinion demanding these cancellations. It is actually powerful people who may not be the police officers or the kind of armed wing of the state, but are the cultural elite in charge of institutions. And I think, the point I draw out in my book, How Woke Won, is in how these people kind of deny the very power that they possess. So they're some of the most powerful people in society. And again, to use the word I was using to answer your question about feminism in the past, they appropriate kind of victimhood. They try to present themselves as being this kind of oppressed minority, and actually they are exceedingly powerful and are able to enforce that cultural power whilst denying the very power that they possess, whilst trying to point the finger at other people and saying, no, you're the one who's dangerous, who's powerful, etc. And yet they are the ones who are able to do that. On the kind of not cancelling because it's taking place here, sure, I do absolutely take that on board, and I'd far rather be standing here than be in a prison camp or in a prison cell. That's a really, really important distinction and an important point to make. But again, I think it comes back down to, for me, this fundamental question of what are libraries for? What are universities for? I mean, for me, absolutely fundamentally, university should be places for the free exchange of ideas. They should be the places where these debates are being had out, where no ideas are off limits, where people can debate all kinds of things freely. They should be intellectually exciting places, but also places, and I think this is vitally important for young people, in particular young students, 19, 20, 21-year-olds, to be able to experiment, to be able to take risks, to be able to say things without fear of reprisal and consequences, and then change their minds. That's a kind of healthy, to me, that should be a health. Certainly that was me when I was kind of 19, 20, 21. And the idea now that there are such severe consequences for saying the wrong thing, I think stops that intellectual risk-taking and experimentation, and it stops the free exchange of ideas. And yes, you might be able to have the debates in a newspaper column or in a hotel room, but it kind of really takes away what a university should actually be about.
Very quick follow-up there, Christina?
Yeah, I fully agree with you that the powerful people are the ones that are in charge. But what they have managed to do is get an army of young students, unexperienced students. Right now we have this drag queens story hour thing where already little kids are basically indoctrinated with that. And they are the foot soldiers in that army who are actually doing a lot of the dirty work for them.
Again, I agree. I'm not going to disagree with that. But I wonder, and again, if I, optimistic, pessimistic, always changing my mind. I do wonder, particularly for young people, and again, as a symptom of not actually having been convinced by any arguments, but just having this imposed upon them, how deeply these views are really held. They know what they have to say. They know the badge they have to wear. They know the email signature that they have to have, but it's not as if they've actually really been convinced of anything. I'm not saying this for everybody, but for lots of them who I come into contact with, often when they hear me talk, it's like, wow, nobody has ever challenged them before. They have never, ever heard anybody put forward a counter argument. And partly that comes back to the cowardice, which I've been talking about throughout. But it's like nobody has thought to challenge them. And as soon as they do then get asked serious questions about why they think what they claim to think, it crumbles. There's not a lot of substance behind it. Not for all of them, but for some of them, a decent proportion. I think there's not much substance behind it.
Lisa and then Boris. Oh, you didn't have a question? Okay, Boris, and then we'll come up front.
Thanks very much. That was wonderful. To what extent do you think the decline in free speech is an effect of the deplorable state of liberal education? The very great disrespect for the most wonderful cultural achievements of the past, philosophy, literature, art, music, and so on. This seems to be, ironically, speaking of ironies, a consequence also of progressivism.
Yeah, no, I would very much see those things going hand in hand. I won't say too much because it's very much the topic that I want to come on to talk about tomorrow. But when you ask what has replaced, what are children getting at school if they're not getting an education in the classics, in the grades, if they're not getting an education that is extending them and challenging them intellectually, it's indoctrination. Instead, an indoctrination doesn't prepare anybody for engaging in debate. It doesn't prepare them not only to they have no idea of the value of free speech, but they're unable to deal with free speech as well. It's not a part of their education at all. I think you're absolutely right.
Come here. So thank you very much for the presentation. So the question that I have is kind of a tangential question. You alluded to some of the ethical codes or codes of ethics that are used in the licensing bodies or whatnot. My question is, are there any sorts of developments in other professions? So, say nursing professions, or psychotherapy, or even physiotherapy. So, the places where they have immediate exposure to these kinds of things. Have there been any kind of codes of ethics developed specifically with regards to gender and all the rest of the things that come with it?
You mean to allow this kind of research to take place in other contexts?
Not only for research, but also for professionals as well. So someone who engages in these kinds of, someone who pursues a kind of career in these environments or in these essentially professions, they have to now adhere to specific rules, specific concrete rules in order for them to
practice. Yeah. No, unfortunately, I think you're absolutely right. And I mean, we've got to remember, I'm sure it's the same in Canada, but certainly in the UK, universities are not just the place for undergraduate education, but universities are the centre of professional training for psychotherapists, for nurses, doctors, teachers, all the professions. The universities are being trained here, and everything I've talked about this evening, all free speech, women's rights, etc. All of these things are important. I wouldn't be standing here if I didn't think they were important. But I think the thing above all that horrifies me most of all, that I know is happening in universities in the UK, where people on nurse training course programs, training to be nurses, for example, are also being taught on a program to teach them how to become a nurse, that there are no such thing as, there's not two sexes, that it's gender identity that trumps sex, that it's somebody's, that women are not adult human females, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. And how do you then go out into the real world and practice being a nurse if you can't say that a woman has a cervix, has a vagina, that there are these biological differences between males and females that are of absolute crucial importance to medical practice? That's just horrifying.
Very quick, Amir. Yeah, so just a quick follow-up. Has there been any developments in the grounds of conscientious objections to these sorts of ethical codes? Because I think, to the best of my knowledge, that is the kind of the next battleground in the whole arena.
Not that I know of. I wish I could stand here and say yes, but not that I know of. I think this is where you see how these debates for academic freedom, have been taking place over decades, 100 years, more than 100 years, academics have been fighting for academic freedom. The problem is the arguments for academic freedom remain the same, but the causes of the threats to academic freedom just change. You win one argument, another argument pops up. You win one argument, another one pops up. And I think the problem we face today, as I've been illustrating, is that the threats to academic freedom are coming from within universities, aren't they? This has been the case for a number of years now, but it's within universities that these problems are emerging. So it's not a kind of external imposition, like if you think of McCarthyism or things that were happening in East Germany, where it was coming from outside. These are from within the institutions themselves, of people kind of policing each other, and it becomes much harder then, I think, to fight back against within ethics committees and things like that, because it's your colleagues, essentially, who you would be challenging.
Yes.
Yeah, so I haven't been here for the whole conference, so I'm just taking this presentation on face value. And a lot of what you're talking about is the undermining of the idea of the public square, right? Not having that open space.
Absolutely.
And from what I'm gathering, the whole thing with SAPS is the university should be that place, right?
And it's not anymore.
My question to you, and I guess the group generally too, as we discuss, is the university still that public square? Has it shifted somewhere else?
Oh, it's shifted.
Right? So that's the first part of the question is it still the public space, right? And then the second question is, if it's not the public space anymore, what is?
Yeah, no, again, that's a huge question, and I'm sorry, you're probably not going to be here tomorrow, but again, it's really what I'm talking about tomorrow. The short answer to your question is no. I don't think universities are operating as a public square or a public space in any way, shape, or form. To me, the very, very short answer to your question, and I can only apologise, maybe if we get a chance to talk more later, the purpose of a university should be education, and the public square element of debate is to enhance and to act as a marketplace of ideas to the benefit of pursuing knowledge, furthering the pursuit of knowledge, furthering intellectual muscles, if you like, developing people's intellectual muscles. They stop doing that because they give up on education, and they're substituting indoctrination for education. When you're indoctrinating rather than educating, you actually don't want people to be exercising their intellectual muscles, because as soon as they exercise their intellectual muscles, they're questioning, they're challenging, they're thinking critically. If you're indoctrinating, you just want people to accept.
Yeah. So where do you think that public space is now?
Oh, well, I would say social media, but we know that social media is subject to just the same kind of...
So that's essentially what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Is there sort of a non or a neutral public space anymore?
No.
I wish the fact that I can't answer that question easily, I think in a utopian idea of tech, at once Jack Dorsey, I think, said that Twitter would be the free speech wing of the free speech part. Yeah, exactly. that lasted all of 2 minutes, didn't it? And then that was abandoned. And, no, I can't think of any. In the UK, so much of what people say is now subject to hate speech legislation, even if you don't commit a crime, non-crime hate incidents. accident. If it's not Twitter that censors you or Facebook that censors you or bans you, you could very, I mean, I'm kind of, it so beggars belief. I almost kind of, even I have to convince myself that this is actually true. But yeah, you could have the police are sitting there monitoring what people say. I know personally women who were involved in promoting kind of gender critical feminism who routinely have the police knocking on their door. They'd be at home preparing dinner for their children. There's a knock on the door and the police are there. Oh, you've been reported for a hate crime, hate speech. We're coming to investigate you. Can you come down to the police station with us? I mean, I wish I was making this up. This is a reality of what's going on in the UK right now.
Stephen.
Yeah, no, it's.
Thank you very much. Ironically, the people that are these totalitarians are still talking about how oppressive police are when they've got the police under their wing. This is kind of a broad question. People, we talk about all the time about where this comes from. Some people say cultural Marxism. My friend Francis says it has nothing to do with Marxism. Certainly, in many ways, it doesn't. Campbell and Manning write an interesting book on victimhood culture. I kind of wonder if there's, once in a while, there's some sort of Wizard of Oz character running this in the background. Because everything is ass backwards. Free speech used to be the left. Racial segregation used to be bad. And gender ideology, I mean, it's not an obvious social justice issue to go to for it to be this big. So if you think about the other issues beyond gender ideology, you think about race, indigenous issues, and so on. Have the people with the power lost sight of what they're doing, do you think? What's the end game here?
Well, again, these are huge questions. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to give a soundbite answer. I mean, just to say, Francis, I'm 100% with you. I don't think this is cultural Marxism. I don't think this has got any. It's cultural, but I don't see Marxism in this in any way, shape, or form. I mean, for me, Marxism is fundamentally an analysis based on economics and social class. It has nothing to do with social class. It's a very, very blunt and crude answer to that. But where I think I completely agree with you is, this kind of woke ideology brings back everything that I've spent my entire life fighting against. It rehabilitates the racialization of society. It forces people to see each other as members of a racialized group. When, for me, the progressive idea was that you move beyond that. You don't judge people according to the color of their skin. Now we're being told once more that the first thing, if you don't see skin color, then there's something wrong with you. You're a bad person. You should judge people by the color of their skin. It rehabilitates misogyny in the most crude and kind of horrible way. Women are being told to shut up, stop banging on about your rights. Why would you want to have a single sex space? All these kind of ideas that as far as I'm concerned, progressives argued against are being brought back in a really, really ugly form. If there was a Wizard of Oz character driving all of this, life would be so much easier for us because we just have to kind of point out that figure, pull the curtain back, say, look, there he is, job done. If only it were that simple. But I think the important point to make is that some people in society are massively gaining from these ideas. It's not me, it's not us, it's not the people in this room. I don't think it's women, I don't think it's black people, I don't think it's even transgender people. I think it is the kind of new professional managerial class, the DEI bureaucrats who again kind of point to victim groups. They're not victim groups themselves, but can kind of point to groups that they think are being victimized, appropriate that, take the moral high ground, enforce their own power. When we didn't have DEI bureaucrats running universities, but we had personnel managers, people watched you kind of clock in and clock out. It was your time that the university wanted or your workplace wanted. Now they want your soul, and when they've got your soul, they've got your heart, they've got you, they've got so much more of you than just the hours that they used to have before. And so it hands an awful lot of power over to this group in society. And that's what I think people are getting out of it.
Yeah, cool, thank you. So I'll tell you quick, basically, speaking about ironies, I took 2 classes, or like 4 classes in total. 2 classes by one professor, one in human rights, the other in immigration history. And basically, I ended up getting canceled as the whole process, right? Like I took a holy day off, and basically at the end of it, based on 2 emails, I was banned from the university. And to get back into university, I got to attend anti-abuse training, like anti-abuse women training. When I didn't threaten my professor, the last thing he said was sorry for not coming to class. It's a holy day. I'm not comfortable coming to King's campus today. I just got to take the day off. And I ended up getting canceled. So basically, I guess what I'm looking for is advice, because everything you said, I've been through it in the last 4 months. I've talked about gender norms because I was comfortable to do so. I was just like, hey, we shouldn't be quick to jump to norms because we're living in
Hi
like
there,
an
Vicky.
experiment right now, right?
Good to
Technology,
see
who knows
you.
what's gonna happen.
So I think I actually finished
who knows
the back.
what the nature of work is going to be like at the end of the day.
I'm really excited about this.
That type of thing. I was really started pushing it.
I'll pull it up.
But my professors talked about me on Twitter.
I'm really sorry. I've been so distracted, but
right. And there's the director
this
saying
is
you should write something.
now I got like the outline
Write out
out.
everything that he says, right? So
And I know
talked
it
about
seems
how
weird
I
because I am going to cut it
didn't
apart
win, right?
for
She
tarot cards.
did. I'm like, what proof it, right?
These are going to
67
be tarot
debates
cards.
and this and everything, right?
I'm not
So
sure
there's
how I'm
nothing
going to
like-
quite design them. You can see
There's no critical thinking
I've been
involved at
filling
all.
them
It's sort
in
of to the
just
point.
to kind of round
And
out
when
the
I talk about
edges.
how I face,
And then I'm
you know,
going to
there's not
either
like
do
rules
them
around these stuff,
squares
things like stuff
or
like
the
this
round
as well. Like, I got
pieces.
some a bunch of
But
times.
they're going to be
And I
like
said that,
solid
I said,
as
like,
poker
I
chips.
put out my
Not
victim
quite as solid
experiences.
as this,
None
but
of us talked about it all.
they'll be pretty
Now,
good.
I have the
I'm pretty proud of what I'm doing.
I was going to graduate at the end of this summer.
Oh,
They're filling all my courses. It was hard to get at least $1,000 a month here is not cheap. So I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, I don't even know what law I can use. I got canceled hard, right? So I'm just looking for advice.
Well, I mean, I would say sorry. I think it's horrific, the situation you're finding yourself in. I wish you were the first person I'd heard say this kind of thing, but unfortunately you're not. I've heard other people say similar things. I'm probably not well placed to give you, specific advice, but I kind of have a feeling there might be other people in the room who may perhaps be able to help you more than I can. Again, you know, just what you say to me really rings alarm bells with the word training. Again, you know, when you think about the purpose of what the purpose of a university should be, and this idea that kind of these compulsory training courses, and training is not an intellectual exercise that speaks to the possibility of disagreement or speaks to the possibility even of critical thinking. Training is getting right. These are the correct answers. You know, the idea that you're going on a training course suggests from the outset that there are right and wrong answers, and you have to learn and recite the correct answers. Similar occurrences in the UK of students being pushed into mandatory diversity training programs at the outset of their degree program. For other universities, I know before they're allowed to advance kind of from first to second year, you know, that they have to take a sexual harassment training course, nothing to do with the subject content of their degree. You know, they could be A-grade students throughout, but haven't taken the online multiple choice sexual harassment training course, and so are not allowed to progress on. It's compulsory. I'd go as far as to say it's an abuse of power. It's an abuse of institutional power to coerce you into having to have a particular mindset, a particular set of views. I certainly think talking about you on Twitter is absolutely an abuse of power. So yeah, sorry.
Yeah. What's your question? I think we have time for one last question before we wear Joanna out. Yes.
I just wondered why
this is so beautiful.
issue is not seen in the context of corporate lack of interest in family dynamics.
Awesome.
And if you're talking about institutional support, the elimination of sex is a great facilitator of having good laborers. So I don't understand why that's not a part
I almost want to
of
like
the discourse.
photocopy it, like
for what?
just so I can like save it.
You mean at the highest level? Why is this going on?
It'll make
and what's the
interesting
nature of the institutional support what's it come from? And actually there's a significant movement against families and
I'm really excited.
This has to do with
This
or
just takes a
population
while
collapse.
to do.
But it's workers
Like,
with
how long did I
families
spend
getting
last
away,
night on
their
this?
families getting in the way of their work, and that's just a basic thing, which I don't see why that wouldn't be
Oh
considered
god, that was like a
factor
5-hour
in the
stream.
attempt to basically eliminate
Plus, like,
sex.
Yeah, I mean,
probably
again,
5 hours I
huge
did
issue.
on
I'm
it
afraid. Sorry, I'm not going to even
maybe
pretend
like
to do it
3.
justice now. You know, my
So like
in my
8
brain it's kind of 3
hours,
o'clock in the morning now. So I say, but you know, in terms of kind of
9,
matches
so
with the
we're
question
already
over
at
here
10
about
hours,
what's
but this is
driving
a
all
good
this,
cheap
what's behind
project.
it. You know, I think there's a misanthropy behind it. There's
And also you can get
a
this like
hatred,
stuff
a
like this
loathing
printed
of
on
people, a
like
sense
a
that
canvas or
if you let
something
people
heavy.
kind of loose and just kind of reach their
It's
own
looking
conclusions
really
about
cool.
these issues,
I love,
they're bound to
like,
be
see what I
kind
mean
of the most
about
horrible, you know,
just adding that little
we
bit of
need to
dark in
control.
there, and
It's
it
an
totally draws
authoritarian
it in.
drive to control. But I think these people who are controlling, you know, who
Yay,
are pushing
I'm
these
happy.
agendas, they are hostile to family life, and I think that's
I
to
just
me
have
is
to
one of the
show you.
biggest drivers
I'm
of
excited about
trans
it.
ideology. I mean, sex is one of the most basic, well, the most basic fundamental fact about who we are, isn't it? It's kind of the first thing that we often learn about who we are, you know, after we've learnt our name, you know, by the age of 4 at the oldest. You know, most children, 2, 3, 4, can tell you their name, tell you that they're a boy or a girl, and that then goes on in many, not obviously not all, but in many instances to form the basis of relationships, of family. It's the building blocks of who we are as people, and how we form families, and how we socialize a new generation. And by challenging that with gender ideology, you get to challenge the most fundamental aspect of what makes us human and how we organize human society. And I think the people who are pushing this agenda are 100% aware that that's the power it gives them. And I do think that that is what's driving it. They have no interest in promoting family life, that they think that they're hostile to family life, I think.
Thank you very much, Fred.
Thank you.
Well, that was a great talk. I know that was like a little longer than I normally like to pull up, but it's like I'm sorry, I just got so lost in what she was saying. Oh, this is going to be so exciting. I'm so excited about this. So yeah, I'm kind of going all over the board with my blog and everything. Yeah, I pulled that one up. She is good. And this is so sweet, like her talking with her dad in Florida. That's a good tarot reading, like you said. Yeah, this one I'm going to pull up. I don't think I pulled this one up yet. Trigger
Jane,
warning.
what do we know about what happened, really?
This is a building in downtown Johannesburg, which
this is bad.
A thriving economic hub. But in the last decade or so,
This
it's become increasingly run down, buildings abandoned. And it was in one of these derelict abandoned office blocks where possibly 200 people had set up home in rooms and last overnight, perhaps a candle, perhaps even a small fire that had been lit, because we are still in winter in South Africa, and the blaze took hold and it spread very quickly. That was at about 1 a.m. Witnesses in neighbouring buildings heard people screaming for help. There were some people who jumped out of windows. This is a 5-story building. A rescue team is there going through the building. I think they're about on about the 3rd floor now. It's mid-morning, and they're not expecting to find any survivors, but perhaps more bodies. As you say, the death toll is 63. Could be, doubled by the end of the day, if not higher.
Yes, I mean, already an incredibly high number, and explained, as you said, by the fact that this is something that happened overnight. People would have been asleep. How common is this kind of accommodation for migrants?
Yes, the whole of downtown Johannesburg really now is a shadow of what it used to be for many reasons. I remember coming onto the radio last month talking about this gas explosion that ripped through the streets in Johannesburg. That still continues to cause chaos. It's just, I think Johannesburg really is a story of South Africa, really, in terms of how its decline, the decline of its former vibrant central CBD, where it was people once worked and moved very freely, a very vibrant atmosphere, and now it just has such a very bleak atmosphere about it, and people are eking out their lives and their work, taking accommodation where they can find it in buildings that have been abandoned by businesses who've moved further out from the centre for reasons of safety and for services that are working.
Wow, that one was intense. And that's like one I haven't really actually seen on a lot of the mainstream news. Maybe some of it started hitting the wires, but I never really know sometimes. Just put this one down. Doo-doo. She's cute. Very cute.
We tend to establish the equivalence with cash, and there is a huge difference there. For example, in cash, we don't know, for example, who's using a $100 bill today. We don't know who is using a 1,000 peso bill today. A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability. And also, we will have the technology to enforce that. Those two issues are extremely important, and that makes a huge difference with respect to what cash is.
Well, that one was fun. Yeah, digital currency. That's not going to be a good idea for anything. It really won't be. I know I have more. This one was kind of a bigger blog than I thought. And also I got distracted by a few other ones. Yeah, I think I played that one. Yeah, played that one. This one. Oh, here we go. Another clown planet. Oh, come on.
We've just recently opened up our first ever, I think it's the only one in the world, gourmet water bar. We believe water is for everyone, and it should not be denied. On one side, and then on the other side, there is a gourmet market for the fine dining and mineralized waters, and it's a multi-billion-dollar market. We believe water is for everyone, and it should not be denied. And it's a multi-billion-dollar market.
Yuppie. Well done. See, that's what I'm in the wrong business. I'm really in the wrong business. Like, these people have it made. Oh, this one, yeah. Hey, happy day. I might get a strike from the CBC. Fuck them. My taxes
International
go for
Overdose
this.
Awareness Day today. medical
My
community
tax,
and
my
activists
taxes pay
team
your
up
wages,
on this
bitch.
day to try to help end overdoses
Yeah,
and
good
to
luck
remove
with
the
that.
stigma
This is
around drug
disturbing.
use.
Real
Dozens
trigger
of events
warning
are
with
planned
this
across
one.
the country today, but as Georgie Smythe explains, the annual day is coming at a time when many in BC are overwhelmed with the staggering number of overdose deaths. Ending overdoses, removing stigma from people who have died from drug poisonings, and acknowledging the grief of victims, families, and friends are the goals of International Overdose Awareness Day, which is the world's largest annual campaign about drug overdoses. Here in BC, more than 1,455 people have died from toxic drugs since the beginning of this year. That's even after the province decriminalized small amounts of certain illicit drugs for people aged 18 years and above in January. That's according to the latest data from the BC Coroner's Service, which tracks unregulated drug deaths here and is the most ever recorded in the first 7 months of a year in BC since a public health emergency was declared in 2016. A total of 12,739 people in the province have died from drug overdoses in those 7 years. That number and the names behind them will be front of mind today as events commemorating those deaths take place. For some people, that means grieving brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, daughters, and for Shirley Wilson, her son Jacob, who died 2 years ago from a fentanyl overdose. Her message to Canadians today is that addiction and overdose can happen in any family.
Every single one of those is a human. In between all of those numbers are humans. Just imagine the faces. And it can happen to anyone. It happened to us. It can happen to anyone. Addicts may come from different spaces, different families, different homes, different lifestyles. They may be professional, they may be unemployed. But in the end, when we think about the addicts who have passed, that's their commonality, is death.
The theme for this year is recognizing people who go unseen in the drug epidemic, whose loved ones have died or suffered permanent injuries from a drug overdose, and to send the message that drug overdose is preventable. Georgie Smythe, CBC News, Vancouver.
I don't know. It seems really hard for people, but and let's see what the next clip is. I have more. Interesting. That one turned out. I played that one last night. I don't know if I'll play that one again. Oh, yeah, this is like...
Demonstrators with climate defiance in not just Massachusetts, but...
I don't necessarily agree with this clip. You can check it out longer on my blog. That one also... that was a really good tarot reading, and that's the universal one. Wayne Newton, 80 and fabulous. Maybe. Yeah, that's a Christina Freeland one. Another tarot run. That was so cute. I look so cute with that one. Oh, this is CTV.
Trudeau and his Liberal Party.
I might have to pause this one. Let's see what else is up.
Among younger voters in that 18 to 29 year category.
Yeah, more
Remember,
CBC.
younger voters, typically a core part of a Liberal base. This is all according to some new polling numbers coming out from Nanos research today. This was from the end of August, right now.
Oh, and that one's good. Aaron Gunn.
Way ahead of the Liberals by more than twice.
Oh, I know.
Numbers. The
Okay.
Conservatives at 39.2.
We're gonna shut this. Yeah, we're gonna leave this on for like 30 seconds, just for a minute.
9%. Now, we have seen a dramatic shift just this month alone. Take a look at where the numbers were earlier this month, beginning of August. The Conservatives were at 29.3, the Liberals at 26.8. So the Conservatives have jumped way up by 10 points, and the Liberals have dropped down by 10 points. The big issue, of course, economic ones, housing, affordability, the cost of living.
Yeah,
Let's bring in Lori
figure.
Turnbull, political analyst, for more on this. Lori, your reaction to these awful numbers for the Liberals?
Hi, Lori. Bye, Lori.
As you said, Todd, this is
We're
typically
gonna end
a
this
case
one.
of support for the Liberals.
I found a better clip. Like, you can check out the longer clips on my blog. Links, like and subscribe to all their channels, even the freaking CBC and CTV, which are dirty, dirty bastards. Yeah, she's a great commentator, but this was a creepy one. There was a reason I saved that clip. Western investor, British Columbia transportation plan kept secret on Vancouver's biggest housing project. This one seems like a big project. That one's cute. This one, yeah, the one from Aaron Gunn. This is a really good documentary. If I get through this, I'll probably open up the panel. Oh, damn. Yeah, this kid is brilliant. Like, I wish more kids were...
I'm Jack, and this is my dad's junkyard. He told me I can have anything that I can get running. So let's start with that Ranchero. Let's get started. Let's check her out. The first thing I noticed is we need a battery, so let's get that. Let's see if she'll turn over. I guess we'll have to hotwire it. I got my ignition hot-wired. Let's see if she'll turn over. Woo! She sounds good. Let's get some gas hooked up to her. Woo! Woo! Well, we know she runs. Now let's get her driving on the next one.
The amazing thing about how society works is that kid is going to be richer than virtually everyone who went and got a 4-year degree. Good for you.
That was a cute one. That kid is brilliant. That kid is absolutely brilliant. She's cute. Just almost. Just almost. And I know I've played this one before, but it's just...
Taxes are making your life more expensive, especially at the pumps. So in total, taxes make up more than a third of the pump price here in Canada, about 55 cents a liter. Now, depending on what province you live in, you could be paying a federal fuels tax, a federal sales tax, a provincial fuels tax, a provincial sales tax, a federal carbon tax, and now a second federal carbon tax. And oh, by the way, in some cities, you also might be paying a transit tax on top of all of it. Now, let's add a little bit of insult to injury, shall we? The federal government and all provinces east of Manitoba also charge their sales tax on top of those taxes. So they tax the fuel and then they tax those taxes. It's called the tax on tax. It's very pernicious. We got to get rid of it. Now, federal taxes make up a huge chunk of the cost, and it's a reason your life is getting more expensive. Federal taxes make up about 31 cents per liter of gasoline. But that big tax bill is about to get bigger because of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's carbon tax hikes. 31 cents per liter of gas is the federal tax take right now, but in only 7 years, in 2030, the federal taxes on gasoline will be about 74 cents per liter, which means that federal taxes alone will cost a family filling up their minivan about $56 in 2030. Look, I don't have to tell you, you know this, but many Canadians are already struggling right now with the high cost of living. People are worried that they, might not have enough money to make ends meet. They're worried that they may not be able to afford to fuel up their cars to get to work or to even take their kids to the cottage to enjoy some sun. So here's what we're saying. We're saying Canadians need higher carbon taxes like we need a kick in the head. And that's why we're right out front of Parliament Hill, right outside of the Prime Minister's office, calling on Trudeau to end his tone-deaf tax hikes. Now, we hear Trudeau talk about affordability all the time. But if Trudeau was really serious about making your life more affordable, he would scrap his carbon taxes.
Pretty much. I don't know how much longer I have. I know Kotab is streaming. A few other people are streaming right now. Ooh, he's cute. So she. Yes. Yes, it did. So I'm just going to take a little break. And I'm going to post the link to the panel. People can either come up or I have more artwork, more talk to do. I gotta find another Sharpie if I'm gonna tackle this other side. I'm so impressed with what I did with this side. Like, is it gonna work? Oh, there we go. Yeah, see, it really, just doing that black outline just made it all pop so much. And this is an easy, cheap project for kids. You can find stickers or stuff. I'm doing a few projects just to show, just for my own amusement mostly, but also just to show like you can do something really meaningful and for really cheap. Like this project was, and just like look around your house, find a magazine, grab a glue stick, and then reseal it. And no, hopefully not. Yeah, I'm just going to put this on a bit. I will post the link to the panel if people want to come up and talk. All topics pretty well welcome, just not all people are all welcome. There's a funny thing with that. Some people I just do not want to talk to today. And I'm back on my dragons. Yay! I love my dragons. But I'm going to pull it down because I love some of this other animation I've done. Yeah, so the link is there. I will pin it on YouTube. Just if it's not loading, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. We shall see. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's just pin that. There we go. Woohoo! So yeah, I'm just going to take a little 15-minute break. I will be back at 1700 hours, 5 o'clock Pacific time. Here, I'll scroll down some more. Thank you. I'm gonna share something. I forgot this one was that. Just like live. Yeah, this is live. Or about an hour ago. Let's see. Let's refresh it. Damn. Wow. So this is, I'm just going to post the site this is from. Wow. Yeah, apparently this is live. And people are welcome to come on panel. I know everyone else and their dog is streaming at this time. Sorry, I just gotta send a text or two. Oh, that one sucks. I know it's royalty free, but no, let's try this one. Ding, ding. It's like going up in an elevator or something. Okay, this one's really annoying. Okay, YouTube, you got some like really sucky music. Really, like, oh, that is not what I wanted. Okay, that really sucks as well. Let's try that one. Oh god, they're all pretty like. I know that. I think these ones turned out the best. Some of them just do not turn out. I have no idea what. Oh, G.I. Joe. He's G.I. Joe. Ooh. I think I might shut this one down. It's probably a good place to actually end it at, the 420 mark. Veteran Bikers Live, so I kind of wanted to catch his stream, take a little break. If people want to come on panel, I can start one after, or I know it's kind of like hit and miss during the day, but thank you for joining me. And one more. Yeah. There we go. They never really ever feel finished, but you eventually. I'll get to a point that's just like, and especially when I'm going to use this for photo and AI art, and then turn it into just part of a tarot design or something like that. More like an oracle deck. Like, it's not going to be like your traditional tarot deck, but this one's going to be pretty cool. And I'm just also just trying to show how you can do different projects with a cheap medium. Something under $10. Go to the dollar store. You can get the paper. You can probably find stickers. I ordered these ones off of Timo, which I'm doing a review on. I wouldn't recommend you actually. They're a little sketchy. The more I look into them, the more I'm like, Yeah, so we'll see about stream later. Today was so much fun. I did so much. And I thought I brought up some really good articles maybe people hadn't thought about. Stop looking at it. No, I just saw one more little part, but I'll do that. Today was fun. Thank you. Everyone stay safe, stay loved, and hope you have a wonderful weekend, wherever you're watching from.